Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Just make sure that my microphone is working. Thank you. So welcome to day 2 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. The hearing is being audio recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the IAC, the Inquiry and Advisory Committee appointed to consider this matter. And I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Kirsch, sitting on my right, Member Joyner sitting further to the right, and Member Wilkinson on my left. Just a few preliminary matters to run through this morning. Firstly, thank you to the proponent for organising the site visit yesterday. It went very smoothly, thank you. Certainly valuable for the IAC to view the project area and also for the parties who were able to attend. I note in the timetable today, we'll be hearing further submissions from the proponent and evidence from Ben Hughes on surface water, John Fawcett on groundwater, and Rob Galbraith on arboriculture. I'll run through some of the documents that we've received since we sat on Monday. So we have received the confidential document with the location of the Southern Bentling Bat Maternity Cave. Thank you, from the proponent. We have Tech Note 20 relating to native vegetation. We have summaries of evidence from Mr Hughes and Mr Fawcett. We have submissions and attachments from the proponent relating to the Ramsar hydrology and native vegetation. And I'll note that we do have an email from the party Mary Stiles, who submitted 89, writing to ask if she is still able to speak to issues of ownership of the project. And we have written to her advising that she can make submissions on the issues, and the proponent will, of course, have an opportunity to respond through submissions and closing on the issues that she raises. In terms of documents, I'll just come to firstly to Dika to ask if we could please get an update on the outstanding document that we were waiting for that was raised in document 171. Thank you.
It's uploaded only just this morning, so it's now available on the link that's been provided by Dika in our correspondence.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. In terms of other documents, I will just note as well that I see that we have received from, and actually Mr Tobin, correct me if I'm not right, but from Dika and Parks Victoria, questions for Mr Hughes.
They're just questions on behalf of Parks
Victoria.
Not
Thank you.
Dika in that instance.
Thank you. So they've just landed as well. We have also received from Parks Victoria questions for Mr Fawcett, and from Dika and Parks Victoria questions for Mr Galbraith.
That's correct.
Thank you. And I also note that in terms of questions of cross-examination, we're anticipating Mr Turner will have some questions of Mr Galbraith. Great, thank you. Mr Tobin, could I ask you to explain your intended approach with cross-examination? So the questions have been pre-circulated, as I mentioned, but could I just confirm, are you planning to speak through those questions?
I had the opportunity to have a brief discussion with my learned friend, Mr Chessel. He has indicated that, as we'd hoped, that what he'll do is the evidence in chief will be presented. Then the questions will be put to the witness that we've articulated. We don't intend to intervene in that process. We'll just let the answers sit where they sit, and that's the process that we anticipate will occur. We do understand that there are some matters that Mr Chessel has identified that might be beyond the scope of some of the witnesses. We're content for the proponent to deliver answers from the relevant person to the extent that that is the case.
Thank you. So, Mr Chessel, you'll be facilitating that process, or one of your team?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's right. So essentially what we thought we'd do is have the evidence in chief prepared as it would normally be and presented as it would normally be. And then because we have advance notice of the questions, we thought that we would just put the questions, if you like, to the witness and allow the witness to respond. So if you're happy with that approach,
yes,
we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That
I'll come back and address you on the particular questions that have been circulated this morning, what we say about those. But yes, in terms of an approach, that's correct.
Thank you. No, that's clear. And so when we do come to Mr. Galbraith, I'll confirm that we will, the proponent will run through the questions from DECA and Parks Victoria, and then I'll come to Mr. Turner after that, and then the IAC will have some questions following that. Before I move on to a couple of other preliminary matters, are there any questions about that process? I'll just give it a moment to see if anybody online puts their hand up, but it looks like that's not happening. So I'll keep moving. If you do have questions, I will ask for open questions before we move into submissions this morning as well. Next on my list, I had confirming with the proponent your proposed approach with ecology experts commencing in our week 2, which is in a couple of weeks' time. I just wanted to note, we did obviously mention that on Monday and asked the proponent to talk to us about that today. Before I do hand to you, Mr. Chess, I just want to note that while being mindful of repetition, that we're interested to hear briefly from the primary authors in summarising key parts of their evidence and any responses that they have to Mr. Organ's evidence or changes to the project documentation as it's been circulated, in addition to, of course, hearing evidence in chief from Mr. Organ. So I just wanted to mention that. Obviously, we wouldn't anticipate that would take a huge amount of time, but just to set the scene and to make sure that parties are well informed about the proposal before us.
Yes.
In terms of summary of their key findings, the approach to the work that they've done in preparing the advice for the ES as well.
Okay. Thanks for that indication. What I had been contemplating is that the approach would be as follows, that I would start with the relevant biosis witness, and you'll see that that's divided between the two, what we'll call primary authors for present purposes, and that what we're really proposing to do is have the author along with Mr. Organ address you on a topic-by-topic basis. And what I had been proposing is to start with the biosis representative. You'll see that they've written a report in addition to the work they've done. So they've authored the ES material, and then they prepared a report which responds to certain submissions and elaborates on key issues. I was proposing to introduce them, have them explain the role that they played in the preparation of the primary reporting, have them adopt their witness statement, qualify them in the normal way, and invite them to indicate whether or not they have any qualifications or corrections they'd like to make to their written report. Mindful of the indication you just provided a moment ago, what I would then propose them do is summarise the key aspects of their assessment, focusing perhaps on being very clear on what they did to inform the assessment, and having a high-level summary of the outcomes of that assessment. What I would then do is move to Mr. Organ and invite Mr. Organ in his capacity as the independent peer review expert to express his view on the relevant subject matter, and we've broken it up in the way that's set out in the timetable. And then what I would do is essentially invite the biosis representative to indicate whether they have anything that they disagree with or wanted to elaborate on from Mr. Organ's more detailed answer. And having done that, what I would propose is that then there be cross-examination in respect of the particular subject matter, the particular topic that's been addressed. So the first one's native vegetation, and then we work through the different categories or subcategories of ecological impact that are relevant here. So the same process would be repeated, if you like, for each of the subtopics. And as we indicated at the directions hearing, I think the preferable course would be for both of the witnesses to be cross-examined at the same time. And if a party wanted to ask a particular question of one of the witnesses, well, then that question can be directed toward that witness. Alternatively, it could be an open question that both witnesses have the opportunity to answer. And then in re-examination, we would have the opportunity to address those questions through either witness as is appropriate. So it's really that model that we were proposing to adopt. And rather than hearing all of the evidence in respect of all of the species in one go, we thought it would be preferable to break it up into the topic-specific matters as we've identified in the timetable. So is that a sufficient indication of how we'll address that?
Yes, yeah, that's clear and helpful to parties who may be intending to cross-examine to understand that process as well. Thank you.
And so what we'll be inviting the Biosis representative to do is to, in providing that high-level summary, it will be a relatively high-level summary, but of course anybody can ask any questions that they want of the Biosis representative about the nature of the assessment that's been undertaken. And clearly, based on the material that's come in to date, there'll be a series of questions about how the impact assessment was undertaken in respect of the Brolga. There seems to be a number of detailed questions about the particular process that was adopted, how it is and went from a phase 1 to a phase 2 or tier 1 to a tier 2 assessment. All those types of things can be put to the witness, either witness, but logically the Biosis witness who conducted the assessment at that time. So that's how we're proposing to address it.
Thank you. No, that's clear. Are there any comments or questions from parties in relation to that? Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the explanation. Next, I just need to note the requests for information, a couple of which were received by the IAC before we met on Monday, and we also have further requests for information that have been received, firstly from Ms Lenihan. Again, as I mentioned on Monday, there will be, with the new requests, I understand the proponent will not have had time to consider those. So I will ask you, Mr Chesler, to either speak to or explain your approach to responding to those requests for information.
Yes, I'll start with the new ones. As I understand it, we're not being copied into all of the communication that is being received by the committee. And so a good example is this morning we received an email from the committee, I believe, indicating that a number of additional requests for information had been made. And I'm looking at emails from submitters 89 and 62, tabled documents 198, 199 and 200. Now, as I understand it, those communications have gone directly to the committee but haven't come to us. And so I'm just simply not in a position to respond because we haven't seen them yet. And it might be of benefit if the committee could reiterate the directive that communications to the committee should also be communications made to the distribution list, because it just inhibits our ability to respond to them in a timely way.
Yes, no, we appreciate that.
So
we're certainly happy to follow up with the parties or reiterate that is the process to assist you in getting the information in a timely way.
Yes. So we, upon having a chance to review those requests, we'll respond to them. And where we think it's appropriate, we'll respond in writing and circulate it to all parties and to the committee. I've got a list of matters that were outstanding from the first day of the hearing. And if I just briefly run through the list, it might be a useful exercise just to make sure we're all on the same page as to what is outstanding. On my list first is a series of technical note responses. The first being a technical note in respect of the VTP and CIS issues that were raised by Member Kirsch on the first day. The second is a technical note response concerning the queries raised regarding the SLO. Again, queries by Mr Kirsch. The The third on my list is a technical note response that includes a link to the electronic materials that I addressed in opening, as well as screenshots from those that aren't readily accessible. So that's something we have in train. And then the fourth one on my list was something that was raised at the site inspection yesterday, which was the bushfire mapping that shows the different areas that have been affected by bushfire over time in the vicinity of the site. So they're the four technical note responses that I had on my list. In terms of outstanding queries from submitters, Mr. Turner had made a query regarding the KML files that have been circulated in advance of the hearing, and we're happy to respond to that this morning as a preliminary matter, if that's convenient. Mr. Turner had also made a query concerning the Downer report, and in particular appendices to that report. And again, we're happy to respond to that today. In my submission, the most appropriate time to respond to that would be immediately before the evidence of Mr. Galbraith. And the reason I say that is because there's what we're proposing to do before calling Mr. Galbraith is work through the technical note that was submitted in respect of the constructability, because obviously that has a bearing about the options for the alignment of the transmission line through Boiler Swamp Road, the sort of micro-siting, if you like, of that infrastructure along Boiler Swamp Road. And the Downer report is a report that addressed an earlier concept of how that might be delivered. So it seemed to us most convenient to address it in the context of the broader explanation of the construction. They were the two that I had as outstanding queries for us to respond to, and I just wondered whether that list accords with the committee's list, or whether there are other ones that you were looking for us to address.
Thank you. So I also have documents 170 and 177, partly that raised questions for DECA as well as the proponent. There are questions about records and communication and copies of exchanged information relating to the Brolga buffers particularly. So if it's possible to have another look at those documents.
Yes, I'll just take a note of those. Document 170?
Yes, and 177.
Yes.
I also have noted specifically for DECA a question of clarification. I'll come back to you, Mr. Tobin, on that one in a moment, which was relating to document 174 and the location of wind farms in, the document with the wind farm locations is document 174, and the document number with the query is document 181. So we're interested to hear from the proponent, firstly, whether the information would it be of benefit to the IAC, and if it would be, whether it can be provided, and if not, an explanation of the reasons why it's either not needed or can't be provided. So I'm happy to for you to respond again towards the end of the day, if that gives you adequate time.
Yes, thank you. I am familiar with the request. It seems to me that it's a request of a similar vein to the earlier requests that have been made by the same submitter in respect of additional information from Biosis. And to some extent, at least, we rely on our earlier response to that issue. There seem to be particular requests in respect of communications with the department in respect of the approach that was taken to satisfy the graduation of the assessment in respect of Brolga impact from a level 1 to a level 2. Again, the technical appendix that concerns this issue contains a very detailed description of the steps that informed the different tiers of analysis that have ultimately resulted in the conclusions expressed within that report. I'm happy to seek further and more precise instructions about the particular query. The queries seem to be whether there's written record of DECA's support for the transition from level 1 to level 2. Obviously, these things are occurring in part through the TRG process, and in that context, there will not be written records, but the nature of the process is an iterative exercise wherein the proponent engages with not just DECA but other members of the TRG to inform or properly inform the way that the relevant assessments are undertaken. But if you'd like me to seek more direct responses to those, we're happy to do so. And it may be that you'd prefer us to reply in writing, but I'm happy to do that throughout the day. That is, get specific responses to the particular additional items that are raised in this subsequent request. But I would note again at a higher level that we are calling this is why we're calling the office to appear before you. The relevant submitters will have every opportunity to interrogate the basis of the assessment. And that's why we're not just calling Mr. Organ, who wasn't directly involved in that. We're calling the primary author as well, who can answer questions about process and explain why it is that the steps were taken in the way that they were. So in our submission, the submitters will have every opportunity to interrogate and understand the process, but I'm happy to seek direct answers about whether there's a express written record of DECA agreeing that a particular approach warrants a Tier 2 as opposed to Tier 1 or Level 2 as opposed to Level 1.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chessel. I think on that basis and your comment at the beginning of that explanation that you're essentially relying on your early response, the IAC is generally comfortable with that approach, unless when you're reviewing the request as it's come in, if there's another dimension to it that changes your intended response, then please come back and advise us of that. But otherwise, we're happy to proceed on the basis and of your verbal advice on that this morning, rather than needing to come back in writing. So
what we'll do is we'll review it, and to the extent we think that the earlier response needs to be supplemented, we'll prepare a brief response. I think it's appropriate that there be a written response to the particular matters, but if our response is really the same as the earlier one, but we'll just confirm that that's the case.
Thank you. No, that's clear. And I, on the basis that the parties are aware that they, of course, can ask questions of cross-examination of experts as they have been advised, and are also able to expand on any concerns they have in their own submissions. So that is the process available to the parties if they feel as though those issues have not been fully resolved to the extent that they were looking for them to be. So I'll just confirm that process is available, of course, to the parties. Yes, no, I'm probably happy to just proceed on that basis so parties are aware. Oh, and just reiterating the point that if there are any further requests for information, parties, of course, are able to go directly to the proponent or DECA if there's something they're looking for coming via the IAC. If that can't be resolved and you believe that it's material to the IAC's considerations, but for that material to be circulated to the parties on the distribution list to assist with efficiency in responding to any of those queries as well. So I don't think there's anything else that I need to raise in relation to those specific issues for the proponent. I know there's one for you, Mr. Tobin, so I'll come to you now if that's okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm in a position to respond to the query in relation to that's raised in document 181.
Yes, thank you.
I can either share the screen or you've probably got document 181.
Yes, I can open it, or maybe sharing it would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So what we've got there is a request, and the request includes effectively the identification of these wind energy facilities, which are numerically identified in the study. As I'm instructed, this material was obtained for the purpose of this study, subject to a series of confidentiality agreements signed between DECA and the relevant wind farms. For DECA to release that material, it would put it in breach of its confidentiality obligations under the agreement with the wind farm operators. As a broader aspect, it enters into agreements such as that in order to bring forth the very best information to inform further research, such as the paper that has been circulated. There's a legitimate concern within the department that if it is to obtain information which required an understanding and an on-site understanding of what's happening on individual wind farms and the way that they're approaching their survey efforts, if that information was obtained under confidentiality and then that confidentiality was breached, it would inhibit future cooperation from wind farms and then inhibit the ability for DECA and ARI to conduct future research. So DECA resists the request to provide the information. It's not material that is, there's no explanation in the material as to why it's necessary in any particular or specific sense in the context of the case. The information that the submitter will have is the very same information that the proponent has, because it's got the paper too. So we say that no party is at a disadvantage by virtue of DECA adopting a position consistent with its confidentiality agreements.
Thank you. So we're happy to take that as a verbal response to that as well. Could I might just hand you to Member Wilkinson to ask you a question around that.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Look, we appreciate your explanation there. I assume that confidentiality agreement would also prevent that information being provided to the IAC on a confidential basis.
Expect that to be the case, yes.
Yeah.
But I can take specific instructions on that. But as my instructions stand, that is consistent with my understanding.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. I did have one final outstanding request for information that we were going to come back to today relating to document 130 from Mr. Cumming. And when we did discuss it on Monday morning, Mr. Cumming asked if the flocking site information, the request for that could be reconsidered. So I don't know, Mr. Chesler, if you're in a position to respond to that now.
This is the query concerning flocking site 117 at Oxbow Lake, as I understand it. My instructions are that that matter was considered and that it's addressed in the EES material. In particular, the relevant record being from the Sheldon database was addressed in Table 5 and in Figure 9 of EES Appendix D. And there is an explanation as to how it is that information was factored into the assessment. It's, again, a detailed explanation that's best given by the witness. And so the gentleman's welcome to ask the witness about that matter. But to the extent the question was whether that material was taken into account, the answer is yes. And it's addressed in particular in Tables 5 and Figure 9 of the EES Appendix D.
Great, thank you very much. So there are no further preliminary matters from the IAC. Mr. Chesler, is there anything else on your list?
Yes, there are. I'd like to just come back to the questions that have been posed by the Department of Mr. Hughes. So they were circulated earlier this morning. I'm just going to try and organise my screen to have access to them.
I'll just note, Mr. Cumming, I can see that you have your hand up. I'll come back to you shortly, so if you just in a moment.
Now, the series of questions posed by it's not the department, it's Parks Victoria, I should say, Mr. Hughes, are premised upon an initial question being whether Mr. Hughes has reviewed the options assessment at Technical Appendix A to the EES, that's the transmission line options assessment. And what follows then are a series of questions about that transmission line options assessment. Now, I'm instructed that Mr. Hughes has not reviewed that document and so won't be in a position to respond to the series of questions that flow from the initial question. We're quite happy for Mr. Hughes to have an opportunity to review that document and prepare a response to the questions that have been posed by Parks Victoria. But we wanted to raise that at the outset because it's not something that will happen this morning before Mr. Hughes gives his evidence. And so what we perhaps propose to do this morning is ask Mr. Hughes the first question, the answer to which we expect will be no, I haven't reviewed that document. And having given that answer, we'll ask Mr. Hughes to prepare a response to those further questions, should that be something that's considered desirable by the committee. I have had a chance to briefly discuss this with Mr. Tobin, and as I understand it, that would be an acceptable way to proceed.
Great, thank you. That's clear.
With that approach for it to be in writing.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin.
Thank you. The other similar matter I wanted to raise concerns the questions that have been proposed for Mr. Galbraith, and to a relatively large extent, the questions that have been framed, I think these Parks Victoria and DECA, Mr. Tobin, I can't quite recall, but in any event, the questions that have been framed are questions that are really directed toward matters of clarification, at least in part, concerning alternate construction methodologies and the implications of alternate alignments and the like. To some extent, it seems to us the answer to those questions are properly with us. And so that's one of the reasons why we're proposing, before calling Mr. Galbraith to walk you through the technical note we've prepared concerning constructability. I just wanted to flag that at the outset because Mr. Galbraith's evidence, of course, is related to the impact of the works on trees, and in particular the extent to which the road alignment and condition of Boiler Swamp Road would affect root growth beneath the road, and what implications that would have on the likely impact of development on the road to the adjacent trees. So the two matters intersect to some degree, but not entirely. And so we'll be seeking to address you at the outset about the construction aspects of the questions, and perhaps more generally, and we hope that'll be allow for an efficient use of the time with Mr. Galbraith this afternoon. In terms of my list, then, the only one that I had left was to respond or have our response to Mr. Turner's query concerning the KML files, and we can do that now, or we can do that after you hear from Mr.
I'm happy if we do it now.
Okay. I'll invite Mr. Wright to address that matter, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chisel. So on screen, members, I have, excuse me, the Google Earth. There are no layers yet turned on, but I'll turn them on in sequence to explain our responses to the matters that have been raised. What we've provided is 3 additional files. There's the SCO layer, and I'll just briefly show you that. And you'll see if I zoom out that it covers the full extent of the project area to the extent that the SCO is proposed to apply. To just briefly respond to one question that was raised by Mr. Turner on the site visit yesterday, and the width of the SCO along Boiler Swamp Road that's proposed, it's possible to zoom in and then you can take a measurement as you like to identify the width across the road. It's approximately 11.5 metres, but it does change in some locations and it's hard to be very precise about that, but that's about the width that's proposed. The second matter was about spatial data for underground sections of the transmission line alignments. And the original file that we provided to the committee and parties was file number 1, all infrastructural. So I'll turn that layer on. And in case it was unclear, if I zoom in on this location here, that's the point at which the underground transmission line commences, and you can see it follows an alignment on this image through the freehold farmland before joining to the substation location here, and then following the Boiler Swamp Road alignment, ultimately ending up at the Haywood Terminal Station that we saw yesterday. So it wasn't clear to us that there was any further information that was required to understand the underground transmission line alignment that's proposed. Now, the only qualification on that is, if I take you back to this location here, the third file, or the second file we provided, was what we've termed an updated all infrastructure file. So I'll just turn that layer on now. And there's a few discrepancies that were identified between the original green file and what is now a red file on screen. I'll just explain that first. The red file is the ultimate file that should have been provided to you, and it's consistent with the alignments and location of infrastructure that has been assessed through the EES documentation. There are some discrepancies between that ultimate red file and the green file, and I'll describe a few of those for you now. If I just zoom in to the first section of the underground transmission line, to just reiterate, the green was the original and the red is the ultimate alignment that we should have provided to you. And you can see, for example, here there's a slight difference in the alignment of the access track and the underground transmission line, where it departs a bit from the green, including along the northern boundary of that land. And if I go further to the east, you can see there was an adjustment made to put the alignment hard up against the northern boundary of that property. That's one area of discrepancy. You can see that when we come to this part and the substation and then ultimately Boiler Swamp, other than this section here where there was adjustment along Boiler Swamp, it's precisely the same. And that's true all the way through to the Haywood Terminal. I won't do that on screen. The second area of discrepancy relates to the overhead transmission line along Portland Nelson Road. And if I just zoom into one location, you can see the green file underneath deviates somewhat all the way along Portland Nelson Road. That's not the proposed alignment for the overhead line, but the red lines, and you can see the proposed tower or pylon locations, that's the alignment that is proposed. I should note that one thing we also provided to you was another file, which was file 15, which was the on-site overhead line transmission alignment. If I put that layer on and turn file 1 off, you can see that those two, the updated infrastructure file and that separate file, folder 15, do match each other. So that information was already provided. It's just that translated that into the first file, it was not done the right way. Now I'll turn the infrastructures back on. The next area I wanted to take you to was to show that there's a number of what we would submit to be effectively minor or immaterial differences between the green and the red, and I'll bring your attention to one of those. If I zoom right in here, what you can see, if you follow my cursor, it's a bit hard to see on the big screen, but there's 4 separate lines in green there. That's the location for the internal power lines to and from the turbine locations. And you can see that there was an adjustment made to shift those in that location further to the east within the plantation extent. So that's a difference between the ultimate, which is what we're asking you now to make your decision with respect to, and the file that was provided. What I note in respect of that particular location, if I make good the proposition that the EES has considered the red, not the green, I'll just open up Appendix F. So this is the flora and fauna assessment in the EES documentation, and I'll give you the PDF page references 992, and you can see it's figure 4E.15, and it provides the same location that I just showed in the Google Earth file, and you can see that 90-degree deviation there is consistent with the red lines in the KML file. I'll also invite you to note, and I'll bring you back to the Google Earth in a moment, that you can see the dotted line, if you follow my cursor, that skirts around Headitch Hill, which is the central alignment for that section of the transmission line, which is what's been assessed by Biosis and is the proponent's preferred location for the transmission line in that location. And if I take you back to the KML file, and if I zoom out, you'll see that the red in the updated file has that same transmission line location, which is the preferred option. There's a number of other discrepancies which are of the same ilk, which we would say are effectively immaterial. There was a request to describe the componentry within the turbine locations themselves. And you would have seen in the email response that we provided a markup of one of the extracted turbine locations with lines showing what each of the items were, and I'll just give you that description. You can see in the centre here, there's the main turbine footing location, and then the red lines are the reticulated services that come out, at least in part. Otherwise, the red lines provide an outline of the footprints. This location here is the main crane pad, and there's some secondary crane pad locations here. And this location here is really the blade lay down area where they would put the blades down and then lift them up with the crane to put them on the towers. One thing I do need to note about the radius here is that the radius that's shown in this imagery is a 60-metre radius around the turbine location. It's not a 50-metre radius, and that's important because the Biosis mapping in figure E15 and so on has the same 60-metre radius shown graphically, but there's no intention to clear a 60-metre radius. And the Biosis FFA, in fact, says a 50-metre radius is proposed to be cleared. So you'll just need to bear in mind that whilst the mapping shows a 60-metre, it's greater than would in fact be proposed by way of clearance. And the Google Earth KMLs are consistent again with the mapping that's shown in the FFA in that respect, but it's only going to be 50, not 60 metres. If one was to scale across, you would see that it's, if I take an approximate location, you can see it brings you up about 60 metres from the centre of the turbine location. Now, we hope that really answered all of the questions about this particular material that the IAC had asked us to respond to by way of Mr. Turner's request. There were other requests that the IAC didn't ask us to respond to. So I'm happy to, if there's anything else you need me to clarify, I'm happy to do so.
No, I'm happy to stop there for the moment. Yes, you've got a question, so I'll hand to you now, Mr. Turner. Yes. Thank you. So, Mr. Wright, I'll get you to take us to that.
I understand to be the National Park extent within the Loyalist One Road. And I'll take you in as far as I'm able to. I was hoping to avoid that. Bear with me for a moment. And what I'm not able to do, because we're relying on satellite imagery plus the overlay, which is based on other matters as well, I can't tell you precisely where the road alignment lies. It's just will be fairly consistent with what you can see on the screen. That's an obvious limitation to the materials that we have, but I'll provide you that measurement that I indicated before as best I can. And you can see it's, oh no, we've lost ourselves, bear with me. Oh, sorry, I don't know why it's doing that now, bear with me. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, I'm told that what I can see is a measurement that's being undertaken, but it's not showing up with the measurements. I've done this a number of times this morning across various sections of Boiler Swamp, and I got about 11.5 metres at all locations. I can take screenshots later on and circulate if that would assist committee. But what I'm not able to do is tell you precisely where the lines
Thank
sit in
you.
respect of the road alignment.
No, that's okay. Mr. Turner, are you able to hear the answer from Mr. Wright?
Yes, thank you. I could see that. An observation is that the road's not sitting within the boundary shown. If that could be clarified in the follow-up screenshot information.
Well, I'm not sure we're going to be able to respond to that. What the committee, I'm sure, understands is that what we're proposing to do is to install the transmission line within the road alignment as exists on the ground. So that's all that really we'd say matters in that respect.
Thank you.
If boundary information could be provided where the road is within that boundary and an indication of where the boundary is with respect to the centre line of the road.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I understand your question, but I think the proponent's advising it's not going to be readily able to be shown.
I can't see how we can show that, Member Kendall.
Yes.
As long as the IAC understands that what we're proposing is to install the transmission line within the road alignment.
Yes.
And the SCO would be applied to the extent required to facilitate that. That's what we are proceeding.
And it's through the combination of documents that makes that clear.
That's right. That the purpose of providing the KML files is an aid to understanding. It's another tool like a montage would be to understand spatially what's generally proposed, but it's the EES documentation which in fact is the matters that before you for consideration.
Thank you. So Mr. Turner, if you have any specific questions about the functionality and access to the KML files and what can be communicated through that, I encourage you to please have a chat directly with the proponent, and he might be able to show you on the screen as well. The screen grabs that you've just described, we will table them just to close off on the discussion. But Mr. Turner, if you do have other issues relating and you've got issues that you'd like to make submissions to us on, or of course questions this afternoon to the expert, please do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The one thing I just add to that is really just to reiterate the point that was made at the end, which is that the KML files are a tool. They're not a substitute for the thing for which we're seeking permission, right? The material that's before you in the EES and the draft planning scheme amendment. And certainly it's the intention that the planning control, as it concerns Boiler Swamp Road, be a control that would allow the infrastructure to be delivered along Boiler Swamp Road. And we'll look into any discrepancies if there are any about how that's represented. But
yes,
thank you. The intent's clear in our submission.
Yes, thank you. And through the submissions as well, and it may be something, it wouldn't be something for Mr. Galbraith to respond to, but just understanding where the width of the SCO is greater than the requirement for delivery of the project, perhaps just an explanation and response to that.
Yeah, to that.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chess, I don't think you had any further issues, but I'm conscious Mr. Cumming did put his virtual hand up a little while ago when you were talking to the response to his query. So I'll just ask Mr. Cumming if he would like to ask a question or if he has an issue he'd like to raise.
Yes, there's two issues. One is document 130. I've looked up table 5 while we've been talking, and it does not refer to or list or acknowledge that particular site at all. So my question still stands. The other thing is the list of wind farms that the department is saying is confidential and can't be released. I strongly disagree with that, because a part of the planning requirement is that wind farms do post-completion reports, and that information is public. And one of the conditions of vent wind back kills is if there is a single back kill, that turbine shut down and it's identified the problem, started up again. If it kills it again, the turbines have to be generally shut down indefinitely. And some of those wind farms listed there have got an enormous number of deaths. So that would suggest that those wind farms haven't adhered to their planning permits. So I think it would be critical, firstly, to know what those wind farms' names are, because the panel then can look up what the proponents claimed at the beginning and what the buffer distances were. And we've been down this track with Brolga and other species, and generally what is claimed at the beginning doesn't match what's in post-completion, therefore the buffers are too small. So I think it's imperative that we know what those wind farm companies are and get hold of the actual reports pre and post-construction so that the panel can make an educated decision on how big the buffer should be for the bent wind bat.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. In terms of firstly, the question about the flocking site and the clarification on that, Mr. Chessel, is that something that you're able to respond to now, or do you want to come back to us on that?
I understand that the Table 5 references are correct references. They're referred to by flocking database ID 10031060. But again, Madam Chair, if you'd like, we'll prepare a written response that addresses this further. That the references I initially made reference to were Table 5 and Figure 9 of EES Appendix D. There is a technical explanation as to why the relevant location didn't satisfy the relevant thresholds to be treated as a flocking site. But again, that's a technical answer, an answer properly given by an expert. I'll just check if there's any other references I need to give for present purposes.
Beg your
pardon, Mr. Cumming. Sorry to interrupt you. The other reference is section 4.3.2, as I understand it, of the technical appendix is relevant. But
Madam Chair, I'm reading that now.
Happy to address that.
Mr. Cumming, we'll let the proponent come back to us in writing in response to your question to be sure that we're looking at the correct parts of the ES. So we'll...
Okay, can I just make a comment regarding that? This table has got the flocking database IDs. That database ID that I referred to is not there. Are they using the same identification numbers as Sheldon, or are they using a totally different number that's not a Decker or Sheldon number? Because that database is not listed here, nor is it referred to. That flocking site, sorry.
See, Madam Chair, this is a good reason why these questions should be put to the witness, you see.
Yes.
The expert can answer these questions.
Yes.
I'm happy to prepare a written response and we'll do that, but it serves to demonstrate in my submission why these are matters that are properly tested in cross-examination rather than as a preliminary matter.
Thank you. Yes. No, I think we'll keep moving in relation to that issue.
Excuse me. One thing that has come up, I've been to 13 different planning panels, and the consultants regularly have their own numbering system, which makes it very, very hard to check anything. And if they use the Sheldon database numbering system or Decker's numbering system, that's fine. So the point of clarification is, before the expert witness gets up and tells us anything, what numbering system are they using? Because otherwise we cannot compare anything.
Thank you. We understand your question, and if the proponent can also please provide that advice.
That's clear. That's a fair question, and we'll answer that question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And Mr. Cumming, your other question relating to the confidential documents, I can confirm from the IAC's perspective that we do not need access to those to consider and assess the project before us, but I am happy to ask Mr. Tobin if he's got anything to add based on the comments that you made earlier.
Only that, as I'm instructed, that the various permissions for different wind farms vary. They're under different publication requirements. So it can be the case that some wind farms have an obligation to make public certain things on their website and the like. So we just caution against having the suggestion that there's blanket controls or responses or requirements across all wind farms. It may be that Mr. Cummings wants to look at various individual wind farm websites to see if there's information available, but our position remains as it was.
Thank you. That's clear.
Well, then, just to get a point of clarification, if they won't divulge what wind farm it is, can the department then tell us what buffer was applied for the bent wind bat at those wind farms that are killing a large number of bats? That they can do that confidentially?
Take instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Tobin. You can come back to us on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cumming. So are there any other questions or matters of preliminary matters? We've been verging on non-preliminary matters here. We'll try and keep our preliminary matters in the morning to preliminary if we can. So I'll just take a moment to see if there's anything from the online room, and if there's not, then I'll hand directly to you, Mr. Chessel, to move into our submissions and when you're ready, evidence this morning. Thank you. I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the committee, could I ask you to please have 3 documents open before you? The first is the submission that's been prepared in respect of hydrology, that is Ramsar and hydrology. It was circulated yesterday. And the other 2 are the 2 attachments to that submission. The first is the management plan that's prepared for the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site. And the second is the document issued by the Commonwealth Government, Matters of National Environmental Significance. If you just let me know when you've had a chance to open those, what I'm planning to do is walk you through the submission, not read it in full, but just explain how it is we've approached these topic-specific submissions and then introduce the relevant topics. Ready to go? Yes, thank you. Ready to go? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to observe that the structure that we've adopted for this topic-specific submission, that is a submission concerning hydrology in particular, is a structure that we'll adopt for each of the topic-specific submissions. And I'll just walk you through that. You'll see that at paragraph 2, the first thing we do is set out a list of what we understand to be the key documents that are relevant to this topic. And we start, of course, with the EES appendices. And then we've listed the relevant witness statements that concern this topic. And you'll see that from item F onwards, we've set out the relevant technical note that is relevant. In this case, it's technical note 4, which responds to the 6th request for information made by the committee. And then we've listed other documents that we consider to be relevant and important in your assessment. In this case, it's the management plan and the significant impact guidelines that that I mentioned a moment ago. So for each of these topic-specific submissions, we'll start with a reconciliation, if you like, of which of the documents before you are most relevant. Then what we do next is set out the key evaluation objective that relates to this topic. And in this case, that evaluation objective is to maintain the functions and values of aquatic environments, surface water and groundwater quality and stream flows and prevent adverse effects on protected beneficial uses. So a relatively high level evaluation objective. And after identifying the evaluation objective, we then set out the key issues identified in the scoping requirements, which of course was the document that informed the preparation of the EES. And you'll see that the first of those matters calls for a more targeted assessment of the potential for the project to have significant impact on wetland systems, including but not limited to the Ramsar site and associated aquatic environments. And of course, that's a key focus of the evidence that you'll hear today. Then what we have done here and will do for each topic is identify the relevant mitigation measures that concern this particular aspect of your assessment. And we've listed them there under the headings of surface water and groundwater dependent ecosystems. And what we'll do before calling the evidence is just take you to the day 1 documents to explain any changes that are relevant to those mitigation measures, but I won't otherwise walk you through them in full. But we've included a list there for reference. Then what we've done in the submission is address what in our submission is the proper approach to assessing impacts on the Ramsar site. And we recognise at paragraph 7 that one of the dominant themes in the submissions that were made to you, or in respect of the EES, was a concern that the project will have an impact on the Ramsar site. And at paragraph 8, we've set out the extract from figure 3.1 in the EES that shows the extent of the Ramsar site, both to the north and to the south of the subject site. I note that if you turn to the management plan itself, and you turn to PDF page 19, you'll see the full extent of the Ramsar site. That is that proportion, not just in the immediate surrounds of the subject site to the north and to the south, but also further to the west and further to the east. Do you see that image? That's a record of the full extent of the Ramsar site.
Yes, thank you. And just to be clear, we're looking at document 190. Is that correct? Just for the benefit of those who are looking for the document.
I believe so. If document 190 is the management plan.
Yes.
Yes, thank
great.
you. I'm sorry, I should have.
No, that's okay. We might try to use the document numbers a bit to assist anyone joining online, particularly, and also to assist us. So
yes,
thank you.
Thank you. If we turn back then to the submissions, which I'm hoping are document 189.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You'll see then, if you compare that image I showed you a moment ago, really what this image does is show the extent of the Ramsar site in the immediate vicinity of the site, which is not the entirety of the site as a whole. At paragraph 9, we note at the outset that our client accepts without any qualification the international significance of the Ramsar site. And we also make reference to the video that was submitted by the Nature Glenelg Trust. That's document 113. You recall I touched on that in opening our case. We think that's a valuable supplement to the materials. It provides a good indication of the extent and nature of the wetlands in the immediate vicinity of the site. Those wetlands form part of the broader Ramsar site. And my client recognises also the work done by the Trust and by others to maintain and improve the ecological values of those wetland systems. So there's no dispute from us that assessment of the impact of the project on the Ramsar site is a very important matter for the IAC to consider. And to some extent, at least, members of the committee, it seemed to us that many of the submissions that raised particular concerns on this issue pointed to the proximity of the site to the Ramsar site and expressed concerns that the development operation of the wind farm would have an impact in some relatively undefined way on the values of the Ramsar site. And in our submission, in order to respond to those concerns, there are really two steps that need be completed, and we set those out at paragraph 10. So the first thing that need be done is an identification of why it is that the Ramsar site is identified as being important, that is, its identified protected values. And secondly, to consider what the evidence says about whether or to what extent the project will have an impact on those identified values. So it can't simply be a unsubstantiated concern about the proximity of the works to the wetlands. One must step through in an ordered way to assess the extent to which this proposal will have an impact. And so what we do next in the submissions is really address the first of those matters, to identify and articulate what it is that is of significance in the context of this particular Ramsar site. And we first make reference to the overarching provisions of the EPBC Act at paragraph 11, before at paragraph 12 making reference to the Ramsar Site Management Plan, that is document 190. And we've made reference to that plan because it is a plan that describes, amongst other things, the ecological character of the site and the agreed management protocols in respect of the site. And what we've done in the balance of this section of the submission is identify the key components of the management plan that articulate the values of the site. And I'll take you in due course to some parts of the management plan. But the first thing that we'd note is that at paragraph 14, the management plan recognises that this particular Ramsar site meets a number of the listing criteria that inform whether or not a site warrants inclusion, that is under the international convention. And in the present case, the relevant qualities of this wetland that warranted its inclusion are firstly under criterion 1, a recognition that the wetland is internationally important by virtue of it being representative, rare or unique. That is a representative, rare or unique example of a natural or near natural wetland type. Secondly, criterion 2, that it's a wetland that should be considered internationally important given that it supports vulnerable, endangered or critically endangered species or threatened ecological communities. And if you just jump over to document number 190, the management plan, you'll see on PDF page 21 at the bottom of the page the analysis of the wetland pursuant to that second criterion. And over the page at PDF page, I beg your pardon, this is page 22 now, page 21 is where the analysis first commences. But at PDF page 22, you'll see the different communities or species that were identified as warranting a listing under that second criterion, that they're divided into communities, plants, water birds, fish, amphibians and invertebrates. And perhaps most relevantly for present purposes in the context of the water birds that were listed, the Australasian bittern is one of the species identified, as well as the fairy tern and hooded plover, being birds that are of less significance, that is less directly impacted by, at least having the potential to be directly impacted by the proposal. If we return to the submissions, document 189, you'll see that additional criterion were criterion number 4, that it supports plant and or animal species at a critical stage of their life cycle. And again, I won't take you to the management plan in this regard, but that's in response to the number of the wetland birds that are supported in the relevant wetland. Criterion 8 was satisfied, that is that the system is internationally important, as it is an important source of food for fishes, spawning ground and nursery, and that is a reflection of its importance to the black bream, obviously a species not directly impacted in any way by the proposal. And criterion 9 was met. That's a criterion that concerns whether the wetland regularly supports 1% of the individuals in a population of one species or subspecies of wetland-dependent non-avian animal species. And in this case, it was an insect species, the ancient greenling, that qualified. So the point we wish to emphasise for present purposes is that this is an important system measured against different criteria, if you like, or different ways of measuring importance pursuant to the overarching convention. What the management plan goes on to do is identify a number of critical components, processes and services within the Ramsar site. And we've listed those at paragraph 15 of the submission. But perhaps for ease of reference, if you're able to turn, please, to the management plan, and in particular to PDF page 24, and you'll see here section 2.3 of the management plan. This is the part of the plan that addresses the ecological character and values. And you'll see at 2.3.1 the different components, processes and services that are identified as being significant or critical. And the first component, relevantly for present purposes, is hydrology, the topic that we'll be focusing on this morning. And we note for present purposes that the last of those is water bird diversity and abundance. Obviously, that's something that will be addressed in the second week of the hearing. If you just look toward the bottom of the page, you'll see in respect of hydrology, that the relevant component is described in the following way, that the hydrology of the Ramsar site results from a complex interaction of surface and groundwater expression, as well as local rainfall runoff, particularly in the freshwater wetland and estuary management units. System hydrology is crucial to the functioning of the estuary and the freshwater wetlands that include ecologically important ends. Now, if we return then to the written submission, please, document 189, you'll see that we've described those matters at paragraph 15. And then at paragraph 16, we've identified what are relatively high-level ambitions articulated within, or high-level ambitions or concepts articulated within the management plan. So the first is to make reference to limits of acceptable change, which are a mechanism identified within the plan for assessing change in the ecological character. They're framed at a relatively high level. Resource condition targets and management strategies. What we do at paragraph 18 is identify those that are most relevant to hydrology. You'll see that the limit of acceptable change as it concerns hydrology is Bridgewater Lakes, Lake Monbiong, Swan Lake, Mulseed Lake and Cane Flat Swamp will not dry. The Glenelg Estuary will not remain closed for 3 consecutive years or open for greater than 5 years. So again, it's quite clear that those limits of acceptable change are framed at a particularly high level, having regard to the management of the resource as a whole. And we're not suggesting are appropriate measures to adopt to assess this project, which of course will have no potential to give rise to impacts of that nature at all. The resource condition target is to maintain diversity of wetland types, and the management strategies relate to various active management of water regimes and consideration of the Ramsar site and regional water planning. So again, relatively high level ambitions framed within the plan. I'm going to come back to the plan in a moment, but we make the observation that the plan is of utility in the context of this process, insofar as that it identifies values within the wetland system that are important and that warrant protection. And of course, one of those is the hydrological systems of the wetland system. At paragraph 19, we make reference to the significant impact guidelines. That's document 191. And this is a set of guidelines that allow for a more targeted assessment of the impacts or an assessment of the impacts of a project like this on a wetland system like the Ramsar site. If you turn please to document 191 and we start at PDF page 4 of that document, you'll see that under the introduction, the document explains that an action under the EPBC Act will require approval from the Minister if that action will have or is likely to have a significant impact on a matter of national environmental significance. Now, of course, this is an action that has been deemed to require approval under the EPBC Act, and one of the reasons why it requires approval under the EPBC Act is having regard to its potential impact on the Ramsar wetlands. So these topics are directly relevant not just to the state level assessment, but also the Commonwealth assessment that is to be undertaken. And what you'll see in the following paragraph is a recognition that the guidelines outline a self-assessment process, including detailed criteria to assess persons in deciding whether or not referral may be required. What the appendix does is identify relevant matters concerning particular industry sectors. For present purposes, the part of the guidelines that are most pertinent for an assessment of the impacts of the project on the wetlands can be found at PDF page 16. And you'll see there a heading Wetlands of International Importance. And if you skip down to the significant impact criteria, you see the criteria that are most directly relevant to this assessment. An action is likely to have a significant impact on the ecological character of a declared Ramsar wetland if there is a real chance or possibility that it will result in areas of the wetland being destroyed or substantially modified, a substantial and measurable change in the hydrological regime of the wetland, for example, a substantial change to the volume, timing, duration and frequency of ground and surface water flows to and within the wetland. The habitat or life cycle of native species, including invertebrate fauna and fish species, dependent upon the wetland being seriously affected, a substantial and measurable change in the water quality of the wetland, or invasive species that is harmful to the ecological character of the wetland being established. And so those 5 matters establish a useful framework through which to assess the extent to which this proposal would have or has the potential to have a significant impact on the ecological character of the Ramsar wetland. Now, if we skip back, please, to the written submission at document 189, what we do next in the submission, having set out those matters of background, that is, having described those aspects of the Ramsar site that are of value by reference to the management plan and identified the different ways in which a project may give rise to a significant impact on a wetland by reference to the Commonwealth guidelines, what we do next in the submission is identify what we say the key issues are. And I'll just walk you through those sections quickly. In our submission, when one considers the CPS, that is the matters specified under the management plan, and the significant impact guidelines, the first point of note, and it's an important point to note, is that the project itself obviously does not involve any direct impact on the Ramsar site. There are no works whatsoever proposed within the Ramsar site. Furthermore, there is a turbine buffer of 300 metres from the boundary of the Ramsar site, and indeed 500 metres from any wetland within the Ramsar site. And those boundaries have in turn been extended in practical terms by the additional requirements and setbacks required in respect of the Brolga breeding buffers and the like. And so the starting point in this analysis in our submission is a recognition that these buffers will be important in ensuring there is no direct impact, and indeed we'll come to explain the relevance of those buffers as they concern impacts on birds and the like. The second thing we think it's important to recognise at the outset, particularly when you have regard to the matters that are of significance and the matters that are called up under the guidelines, is that in this case there is simply no discharge from the project into the waters of the Ramsar site, nor in our submission is there any realistic prospect of the project increasing the risk of pest species being introduced within the Ramsar site. And that's a function of a number of things, including the distance of the infrastructure from the Ramsar site, the existing use of the site as a plantation, and the various proposed mitigation measures to address those matters. So when one has regard to the particular types of impacts that have the potential to give rise to significant effects, in our submission, really what one need focus on are hydrology, which is what we've addressed in paragraph 22A, and secondly, the impact of the proposal on waterbird diversity and abundance, which is something we'll come back to address next week. Now, it's for these reasons, members of the committee, that we've decided to start our substantive analysis of the ecological issues with the evidence of Mr Hughes and Dr Fawcett. That is to identify and establish that this proposal is not one that will have obviously direct impacts on the wetland, nor is it one that will have any realistic potential of indirect impacts on the wetland through interference with those hydrological processes that are identified as being important. And so what we say at paragraph 25, when we come to address the evidence, is that the material that is before you demonstrates that, firstly, subject to the implementation of conventional mitigation measures, the project is likely to have a negligible and clearly acceptable impact on the hydrological processes that are identified as being important, the ones that I took you to earlier as articulated in the management plan. And secondly, that there will be a negligible impact on the hydrology of the site itself, assessed on any basis, including having regard to the relevant aspects of the management plan that we've identified. What we do then in the balance of the introductory submissions is identify the different pieces of evidence that are relevant, including Appendix F at paragraph 27, the peer review of Appendix F conducted by Mr Hughes, who we'll hear from first, Dr Fawcett's expert witness statement concerning groundwater and GDEs, and finally we include some concluding statements that I'll come to in due course. The one matter I did want to address further, though, before going to the evidence is a matter that I raised in opening, and that is the risks that climate change pose to the ecological values of the Ramsar site. And we touch upon that at PDF page 11 of this document. And at paragraph 32, we recognise that in our submission, it is relevant in assessing the project's impact on the Ramsar site to also recognise that one of the key risks facing that site, as documented throughout the management plan, and indeed as was referred to obliquely at least in Mr Buckman's video that he prepared, is the effects of climate change, be it in respect of sea level rise, storm surges or drought, or indeed extreme weather events. And so, again, we make the observation that a project of this type that will make a small but important contribution to reducing greenhouse gas emissions obviously plays a part and has a beneficial effect on what are really the existential threats to the ecological values of this site. And to make good that proposition, if you turn, please, to document number 190 and to PDF page 33, you'll see here that part of the management plan that ranks the priority threats for the management of the Ramsar site. And so the section of the document starts at the preceding page on PDF page 32, 3.3. But the key part for present purposes is table 9 at what is PDF page 33. And you'll see here that the priority threats for each management unit within the Ramsar site are listed, and that the high priority values are shaded within that table. And if you cast your eye down that list, you'll see that the key threats include invasive species, which in our submission are in no way exacerbated by this proposal, energy production and mining, that is oil and gas drilling, and natural system modification, altered water regimes, but we'll address you on that today, natural system modifications, wildfire. And then you see the last three all relate to climate change, sea level rise, increased ingress of marine water, climate change extreme storm events, increased beach erosion, climate change drought, altered water regimes. And we just point to that part of the document to make good the proposition that you'll see as a recurring theme in each of the assessments of risk posed to the different species and ecological assets in the area, that in fact climate change is one of, if not the key risk that need properly be taken into account in any assessment. Okay, that then really concludes the opening submission. If you turn back to document 189, you'll see that to conclude the written document, we've made reference in paragraph 34 to what we've described as other hydrology matters, that is, matters not directed specifically to the Ramsar, impacts on the Ramsar site, but to other more conventional surface water and groundwater considerations, which are readily addressed in this context. And at paragraph 35, we set out what in our submission the key findings and recommendations should be based on the material before you, and I've already addressed those substantively. So what we propose to do now, Madam Chair, is perhaps before, it might be an appropriate time to have a break, but before we do that, the only thing we're going to do before going to the evidence is just walk through the day one changes to the EPRs. I'll ask Ms Guild to do that, and Ms Guild will then call first evidence in respect of surface water for Mr Hughes, and then groundwater, Dr Fawcett.
Thank you. That sounds good. So we will break at, I'll get an idea from you how long it will take to go through the measures. Let's do that then, and we'll break straight after that before we move to the evidence. Thank you.
share the screen. This is document 158, which is the day one version of the environmental management framework. Reason it's not giving me the option to share that one.
Can I just check, do we need to bring the microphone forward a little bit? We'll just do that, thank you. That seemed to need to be quite close. Thank you.
Okay, so this is document 158. And the first mitigation measure in relation to surface water is dewatering, so the management of water that's collected from excavated areas and ensuring that it is managed in terms of both quality and quantity. And Mr Hughes had suggested that there needed to be a specific requirement for a baseline water quality assessment, and that has been included in SW01. And that's actually an assessment that then is used throughout the mitigation measures as the baseline for comparison. SW2 has a very minor change to it to refer to understanding changes to water quality rather than environmental values. We're still picking ourselves up as we go through in terms of changes from the Environment Protection Act 1970 to 2017. Mitigation measure SW03 deals with watercourse trenching. So when there is the need for the transmission line to cross a waterway, some of those will be trenched, some of those will be drilled. This deals with the situation where there will be trenching. And Mr Hughes recommended that there was greater clarity here about the need for consultation with the Glenelg Hopkins Catchment Management Authority, and that has been included in that mitigation measure. Moving down, SW04 deals with when there is drilling of watercourse crossings. There were no changes there. SW05 also has no changes. That's a very standard mitigation measure in relation to fuel and chemical spills management, proper bunding, proper storage. SW7 deal with changes to flow regime during construction and operation respectively. And those mitigation measures require that the relevant plans, the construction EMP and the operations EMP, deal with flows, surface water flows. But the change that's been made here at Mr Hughes' request is to have greater clarity about the need for flood and hydraulic surface water modelling to be undertaken. The detailed design of both the turbines and the transmission alignment, with a little bit of detail about what needs to go into that modelling. It was something referred to in the appendix, but hadn't previously been explicitly set out in the mitigation measures. As I said, 7 is operations. SW08 deals with stormwater management at operational facilities and roads. Again, there's the reference to the modelling, and there's a change there in terms of meeting the referring back with in terms of stormwater management, quality management, referring back to that baseline background monitoring conducted in accordance with SW01. SW09 is a surface water monitoring and contingency plan, which is going to be form part of the construction environmental management plan, which has the overarching environmental obligations for the project. And there's confirmation again in SW09 that the modelling work that's referred to in the earlier mitigation measures must be undertaken early, so that it can inform all of the plans that flow from it. GW, in terms of groundwater, GW01 deals with the location of turbines and avoiding locations with shallow groundwater. GW02 deals with the situation where it is necessary to, or where there's proposed to be a turbine that may be in an area of shallower groundwater, and it sets out a series of measures to be taken to ensure that the potential for impacts on groundwater and consequent impacts on groundwater-dependent ecosystems are managed. And it's a sort of hierarchical approach. If you can do this, then this. If you can't, then move on to the next step. And those amendments that have been made here have been at the recommendation of Dr. Fawcett to ensure that there is that the hierarchy is clearer and to ensure that there is an explicit requirement to consider impacts to groundwater receptors and groundwater quality monitoring. And so they've been factored in there. GW03 hasn't been changed, but that's ensuring that there's investigation of water supply before, which has been investigated, but further investigations prior to going ahead. 04 deals with confirming registered bore locations. GW05 deals with contamination management, again, a series of standard measures. GW06 is a change from Dr. Fawcett. It was a groundwater level monitoring program, and it's been expanded to ensure that water quality as well as quantity levels are considered. And with some further detail around baseline monitoring, which I'll just have to check whether that is, that was Dr. Fawcett. There was a change made in there on EPA's recommendation as well. In terms of the groundwater dependent ecosystems, which is tied in with the groundwater evidence, I thought we had one change in response to an EPA matter, but there isn't. And so that's just requiring the monitoring and management plan for groundwater dependent ecosystems. And that is the mitigation measures for hydrology and the groundwater dependent ecosystems.
Thank you. We'll break now for 15 minutes and then we'll come back and hear the evidence. Thank you. See everybody shortly.
So you have work.
We might try and leave the heater on if the noise isn't too disturbing. So if we could just get an indication if we need to turn it off for noise, but otherwise we'll try and leave it on for a bit. Thank you. Great. Welcome back, everyone. I'll hand back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Mr Hughes, can we start with your full name?
Benjamin Ian Hughes.
And your occupation and employer?
I'm a Senior Principal Engineer at Water Technology.
And what is the address of Water Technology?
15 Business Park Drive is our head office.
Now, Mr Hughes, you've prepared a witness statement dated 9 May 2025, which is document 78.
Yep.
And you've also prepared a short PowerPoint, which was circulated yesterday, which is document 187.
Yes.
Mr Hughes, you've included a summary of your qualifications at Appendix A of your statement.
Correct.
And you've attached your instructions at Appendix B.
Yes.
Is there anything that you wish to correct or clarify in your statement?
I did notice a few typos, as you do when you review them for the third or fourth time, but apart from that, no.
Are the facts stated true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And the opinions honestly held?
Yes.
And do you adopt your statement and your PowerPoint as your evidence?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hughes. I'll ask you to step through your PowerPoint, which hopefully you'll be able to share. And if there's any questions arising from that, I will ask those at the end.
Oh, just. There we go. So I thought I'd just outline the scope of my evidence. So I'm independent from the EES preparation. I wasn't involved. I didn't even know Kentbruck was a thing, to be honest, until I was commissioned for this project. I was asked to review the scoping requirements, the EES and submissions, and outline anything that I in those documents which I disagree with or would like to elaborate on. So I've been involved in a few EES projects in the past, Avonbank, Willatook, Fosterville, Goshen, and I'm currently working on Hexham Wind Farm, which isn't too far from here. And I presume those projects are why I'm sitting here today. So I thought I'd just run through a few of the surface water features off the bat. So on the western end, we have a wetland system, which forms part of the Discovery Bay National Park and the Ramsar site. Lake Mombyong, which is just in here, if you can see that on the screen. Yep. And we also have Swan Lake. So I've incorrectly put that as in the west. That's actually over to the east, which is down to the bottom here. There's more defined waterways on the eastern end, up through here, and then further along the transmission line route. And the Surrey River is the most major of those. It's not on this figure, which just shows the project boundary itself. So in all these figures, I've got the turbines highlighted in yellow. So there'll be some commonality in there. So the topography is really what drives surface water as the primary input. And on this map here, I have the topography covering the wind farm itself. You can see, I'll talk to the legend first, sorry, just for a bit of clarity there. So all these topography maps have a legend. So anything that's in white at the top here is high, and then it grades down. So red is also relatively high and comes all the way down to like a light green through yellow, which are the lower areas. So you can see that on the western end, where the majority of the turbines are located, the topography is very up and down. There's no defined flow paths. There's limited connectivity between the works where the turbines are and the wetlands to the south of the turbines. Whereas in the eastern end, up through here, sort of on a bit of a higher ground, and there's more confined flow paths. The water's actively flowing rather than sort of pooling and sitting. So I'm going to separate out the eastern and western ends and speak about those in isolation. And I've got a figure here which shows zooms, which I'm going to show on the following slides. So we've got the Discovery Bay National Park and Lake Mombyong, which is just in here. Swan Lake, as I mentioned, is at the east. So I'll just talk to each of these slides, I guess, with relation to the topography. So this is the very western end with our turbines in yellow, and then where there's going to be works. So you can see by the nature of the topography, runoff from these areas doesn't really make its way down to the wetlands. An example of that would be here. Say if there was works being done at this turbine, any runoff from that location would run down into the lower area here, but it's separated out from the wetlands themselves by this high ground. So it's higher surrounding the edge of the works, which is common across all of these turbine locations. There's sort of high ground separating the works from the wetlands. Just a series of isolated depressions. I'm sure you guys, I think you went out on site yesterday, so you would have seen that sort of the nature of that topography while you're out there. This is the middle of the wind turbines. It's very similar. There are some wetlands in here which are somewhat connected potentially, but very limited connection even with these closest turbines. Runoff from those sort of pools down in the depressions prior to entering the wetlands themselves. So there's pretty limited connectivity between the works and the wetlands is basically the crux of it. And this is the very eastern end. Very, very similar. So I might talk a little bit about the eastern extent. So this is sort of a different hydrological regime, you would say, a different topographic area where the transmission line alignment goes through. So there is direct impacts on these two wetlands where the transmission line is going to be trenched through here. There's a series of waterways, which I'll show on the next slide, but you can see them fairly well through here. They are in through here, and this depression, they're agricultural drains largely. So the extent of these decomap wetlands isn't necessarily the extent that you would see inundated. It's not like a permanently inundated area or anything like that. They're paddocks where there's been a delineation of a potential wetland is the summary of that. And here are our waterways in that same area. So you can see that that's the drain I pointed out earlier. And there's a few drains through here. We have Swan Lake, which is down the bottom here, where Johnson Creek comes through. And the very top end of Johnson Creek is just in here, which is a series of agricultural drains. So further along that transmission line, we have direct interaction with several waterways, Surrey being the largest, and also Wild Dog Creek, and some small tributaries. And the intent of these is to directionally drill underneath them. So there's no trenching through those. I went out and had a look at those. I think you guys would have gone out and had a look too. So this map is the topographic map again, so you can see the floodplain of those waterways. This is further again to the east, and when the transmission line is crossing those waterways, Wild Dog Creek and the Surrey River along here. But relatively limited impact, or interaction, sorry, relatively limited interaction with those waterways. So the next few slides are a little bit texty, sorry. So I can never find a good way to communicate risks and impacts when they're just in text. But surface water impacts, they're all numbered. So all these SW1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 and 11 are all related to water quality. So there's basically a separation between potential water impacts, surface water impacts, and that's water quality and hydrology. SW, as I said, SW1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11 are water quality related impacts. 1 through 5 are to do with construction, and 10 and 11 are to do with operation. Water quality related impacts in construction is probably the highest, I guess, of the potential surface water impacts, but also very low in general. The ability for the wind farm construction and operation to impact surface water in general is low, but it's probably the highest category, higher than the others. But they can be fairly readily mitigated through fairly standard mitigation techniques, construction techniques. The risk, and I guess the major area that people are concerned about is the Glenelg Estuary and the Discovery Bay Ramsar site, but it's very low risk of any interaction, let alone impact to those areas, because as I showed you in the slides earlier, surface water really doesn't run down to those areas. It pools in proximity to, but the surface water doesn't make it that far. And any potential impact could be mitigated really through the construction environmental management plan and the sediment erosion water quality management plan through fairly standard measures. Potential impacts 6 through 9, 6, 7, 8, and 9 are to do with hydrology, both construction and operation related. Very low risk that the works are going to change flow, because in order to change flow, you have to interrupt it. The turbines have very small footprints, and the roads themselves are very unlikely to change flow in any regard. So submissions, there were 7 submissions relevant to surface water, 19, 71, 73, 89, 124, 129 and 179. Again, separated. People were generally concerned about water quality as a primary. There were some issues raised around hydrology. But as I've mentioned a couple of times, the risk of water quality related issues is very, very low, particularly to the west, to the Ramsar site. Sorry, I've just been a little bit distracted on the screen there. Yeah, that's all right. I couldn't see it on my screen. It was just, I noticed on that one. Yes, so very low risk given the lack of surface water interaction with the Ramsar site itself. And further to the east, there's only a few interactions with surface water, and they should be very easily, any potential impact should be easily mitigated through very straightforward construction techniques. So I guess in my opinion, in general, there's a very low risk or a low risk of surface water impacts through both construction and operation of Kentbruck. And that's largely due to the limited interaction of the operation and construction itself with the surface water environment directly. At the eastern end, there's probably a little bit more consideration which is necessary given they're going through wetlands and directionally drilling underneath waterways. But I've supervised construction of numerous directional drilling projects, probably nearly kilometres, both underneath waterways, railway lines, and this should be very straightforward. I don't see any real risks or hazards there. As it was outlined before, I did make a couple of recommendations. So I recommended the hydraulic modelling be undertaken as part of the detailed design process. So hydraulic modelling is generally undertaken as part of these projects. Given the surface water risks are so low, it wasn't undertaken as part of the impact assessment. But more from the developer's perspective, if I was them, I'd be getting that done as a matter of priority for their own infrastructure design, not necessarily related to impacts, but just so they know what they're dealing with. A baseline water quality assessment be undertaken. I think originally it was talking about matching guidelines and standards, but you're better off getting an established baseline water quality because it's often the baseline water quality exceeds the SEP limits and the ERS limits anyway. So you don't want to be forcing someone to try and match something which is unachievable. So better off doing that sampling prior to construction. Similarly for the quarry, a water management plan should be developed, determining water balance modelling to make sure they've got a void large enough to hold the water, which they in general they do, but it's always good to make sure of those things. And then some works on waterways licence applications to be lodged with Glen Alcock and CMA as part of the detailed design process. Glen Alcock and CMA have some very well structured guidelines for works on waterways, so they'll just be able to apply those throughout the process. So I've reviewed the day one documents, including the updated EMF, and those changes that I've recommended have been included in that, and I have no further changes. And that is the end of my evidence in chief.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. Have you seen the questions provided by Parks Victoria just prior to commencing today?
I have, just immediately prior.
Yeah. So the first question is in that document is the EES contains an options assessment at Technical Appendix A, Transmission Line Options Assessment. Have you reviewed that document?
Only preliminarily. So
had you reviewed it prior to getting the questions?
No. I'd reviewed the impacts of the works, not the structure at which they've chosen which alignment to take.
Okay. Given time to properly review Appendix A, would you be in a position to provide a response to the other questions in that document?
I think I'm best to provide a written response.
Yeah, but they're within your expertise,
Oh, that's
given
fine.
the time.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so the question is whether that would assist the committee to have that response prepared.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And that is the evidence in chief and the beginning of the questions for Mr. Hughes.
Thank you. Could I just get indication of time frame for providing that written response
I'd have to ask
to the
Mr. Hughes.
Victoria?
In the next 2 days would be fine. A couple of days.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that's
Or
perfect.
tomorrow.
Thank you. No, there's no need to rush. Thank you.
Perhaps if we say the end of the week and then there's time to prepare it and review it. Yes.
Yeah, no, that works. Thank you very much. So we don't have questions from other parties, but we do have some questions from the IAC, and I'll hand you to Member Joyner to run you through some questions. Thank you.
My first question I had was, have you reviewed day one, document 158? And clearly the answer is yes.
Yeah. I don't know which one 158 is.
That's day one.
Good.
The EMF guide. That particular document has a requirement for modelling across several mitigation measures. And this is a piece of work that would inform several aspects of the project as I read those.
Yes.
If so, would it be appropriate or better expressed as a consolidated flood modelling mitigation measure? So rather than cross-referencing between one and another would...
Yeah, it could be. Yep. I'm not, I suppose the way that would be structured is probably not my area of expertise. It's the modelling itself. So I wouldn't be fussed either way.
Well, okay, we'll take that one on notice. The SW01, the proposed baseline water quality assessment, is also cross-referenced in mitigation measure.
Sorry, would it be of assistance if we share the screen and put it on the screen, Member Joyner? Would that assist in the questions? We don't mind, but it just might be useful to have that. I can.
Then I can see the direct wording, I guess, of the. I may. Yeah.
W01 has baseline monitoring requirements and used, so
It's also cross-referenced in the ILAC. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Consolidate.
I think the answer is. Yeah, I think the answer is yes. Yes, I think it was only the Surrey and Wild Dog Creek itself that was being directionally drilled. So I'd have to check my reference to tributaries in my evidence. So paragraph So we're in paragraph 32. Did you say, sorry?
Yes.
I can't see mention of Wild Dog Creek's tributaries in that paragraph. I might be. That's section 7.2, paragraph 32.
Of your expert evidence.
Yeah. Maybe I'll share my screen just to make sure.
Mr. Hughes, I think it is paragraph 32, but the sections under mitigation measures. So if you go on to the top of page 24,
Yes, I was
there's
thinking of
the reference there.
Yeah. Yep. And the question is whether or not we should be updating the EMF to include the Wild Dog Creek tributaries. Could be. I would be reluctant to try to tie the developer to any construction method in particular in case it wasn't the preferable one. In general, directional drilling is a good approach if the conditions are exactly right for that. Like if you have trouble with the drill rig, and I wouldn't want to be too general. So if we said, I wouldn't want to force them to directionally drill underneath the tributaries without exactly pointing out which tributaries to drill underneath, because it might be better to trench them. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think so too. I think that's a good point. I think we can add that.
In your submission or in the mitigation measures, have you taken into account any climate changes from climate change?
Yeah, so climate change would be built into the hydraulic modelling. So I think I recommended that they, Glen Alcock and CMA review the modelling and it be undertaken with consideration of ARNR 2019. And both, so ARNR 2019 will recommend they do climate change modelling as part of their assessment. And Glen Alcock and CMA in particular are pretty hot on climate change, so they'll be requesting that as well. It will. So climate change is separated into two different areas, I guess. So storm events, flood events are going to become worse with more water, and that's when the hydraulic modelling will take that into account. It's also a lack of rainfall on a longer term basis, and that won't be necessary to take that into account because what we're focusing on is peak events rather than long term. So the discussion of climate change earlier is probably about lack of rainfall and high, carbon emissions, all those sort of things. But yes, so in the climate change, yeah. Yeah, I'm the same.
What range of measurements should be done between exceedance, failure of mitigation? And they specifically one point storm event.
Yes.
So in a scenario you excavate it for something 1,000, 2,000 feet.
Yep.
Then storm events, significant storm.
Yep. Be bunded. So no, you're right. So it'll be bunded. So any stockpiles will be bunded to prevent runoff from, dirty runoff, we call it. Dirty runoff from stockpiles won't be allowed to exit the sites. Yeah, but all the water that runs off that would be enclosed. It wouldn't be a huge volume of water in a storm event. The area that something like that occupies isn't huge. So you would just prevent water from entering it and then water from leaving it.
Okay. you've just got a big pile of dirt.
Yeah. How do you build a bund around it? Just with a loader. Like if you've got you can just build a bund around it. Yeah. It's not a huge area that occupies.
It's not a huge area.
No, not huge. Well, it depends. Yes.
Apologies, we're just having a couple of tech issues here, so we'll make sure that Member Joyner can be heard clearly. We might just get the thumbs up just because we're recording. Great, thank you. And also for the recording online, it's all working okay? Thank you. And I think it's fine to leave your microphone on the whole time that you're asking questions as well. You don't need to turn it on and off. Thank you.
It's been turning on.
Oh, it's turning itself off. Okay. Well, hopefully this will now be resolved. So thank you.
Yeah. So we've got this big pile of
Yes.
dirt, and you get a very significant event.
Yep.
So you just dig a big trench around it. Is that right?
Oh, not a trench. Not a trench. You build an earthen wall. So a bund is an earthen wall that would redirect any water coming from external to the stockpile around it. And then you would have a bund to prevent any runoff from the stockpile exiting the area of works. A lot of that rainfall is going to infiltrate into the stockpile itself. So you're not dealing with a 1-to-1 ratio of rainfall to runoff. But yeah, that's what we do. Yeah. So I'd have to. I'm not sure exactly the volume of excavation which is required for a turbine footing, but it's not in the area. Like it's going to be an area that's manageable with earthen embankments.
Well, it's between 1,000 and 2,000 cubic metres.
Yeah. So a farm dam is about between 2 and 5 megalitres. So you were dealing with loosely the size of the dirt that you're seeing on the edge of a dam wall.
Okay.
So it's not like it sounds like a big volume of dirt, but it's not huge. Like an Olympic-sized swimming pool is sort of like a megalitre, which is 1,000 cubic metres.
Okay. So in answer to my question, you don't need a specific mitigation measure.
No, I think there'd be enough in there already to manage that in the stockpile management framework.
Okay. Thank you. In the quarry water management plan, it's very UU09. It's very short on detail.
Yes, it is.
And that's...
So I've recommended that they develop up a specific water quality management and surface water management plan for the quarry.
Okay. And you also... Are you satisfied with the mitigation measures in CA03, the acid sulfate soil management plan, to control leaching, or you haven't?
Acid sulfate soils is kind of a very specific niche speciality that I wouldn't be able to comment on.
But as it relates to surface water runoff, would that be covered in your flood modelling?
The flood modelling is more about the impact of flooding itself than the interaction with acid sulfate soils. So if there was potential interaction with acid sulfate soils, that would be a separate issue.
Okay. Are we going to hear from an expert on acid sulfate soils?
No, Member Joyner. We're not calling an expert in relation to acid sulfate soils, but it is addressed in some detail in the EES itself.
Yeah.
And if the committee has questions in particular around acid sulfate soils, we can certainly provide responses to those.
Well, I'm just concerned about a significant storm event on a big pile of dirt that is contaminated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We can prepare a targeted response in relation to the acid sulfate soils consequences of that, and if it would assist the committee to have Mr. Hughes do any further work in relation to this question of the containment, then obviously we can assist the committee with that.
Yeah, I would certainly appreciate both of those, please. Thank you.
No trouble.
That's all. Madam Kendall.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Joyner. Don't think no questions coming. No, lovely. Yeah. Thank you. One question from Member Kirsch.
It's not technically a question for Mr Hughes, but it's a matter for the proponent, but it's appropriate that I raise it while Mr Hughes is here. In the Day 1 EMF, Table 19.3, we've gone through the recommended changes to the mitigation measures. That's fine. We understand that. You'll also be aware that there are 3 other columns in Table 19.3. One of them, for example, relates to the phase of the mitigation measure, the phase of the project. It would seem that some of the recommended changes that require further modelling and further work would potentially influence the design phase, and most of those refer to the construction phase. There may be other consequential changes, and we understand you probably haven't gone through that in detail at this stage, but at some point, in terms of all of the changes to the mitigation measures, it would be useful to look at those 3 other columns and include any necessary changes as part of that process.
Thank you, Member Kirsch. We'll address that in the Day 2 version of the EMF.
Thank you. So just to close off on the question of Member Joyner as well about the acid sulphate soil. So clearly, to the extent we only need it to be addressed to the extent that it just makes sure that the issues relating to storm events in particular are considered, or that we've got all the information before us clearly in relation to that. We certainly don't need you to go back and review and recap the content that's in the ES. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr Hughes.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Just one question, Mr Hughes, perhaps to clarify a question from Member Joyner. This is PDF page 87 of the surface water technical assessment. It's figure 5 in the appendices, and I'll just scroll over so you can see the legend. And so the yellow hexagons are HDD crossing locations, and they are shown on the plan. It's actually a little difficult to work out where the lines are going to, but this one's Surrey River. This one is Surrey River. Can you see my mouse? Yes. This one is Wild Dog Creek, and this one is Surrey River. And you made some comments about wanting to be not wanting to commit HDD crossing for waterways without considering whether they were the right waterways. Are these the right waterways for HDD?
Yeah, I think so. It's probably the word tributaries that's in my evidence, which is it's too general, where it's not. There's no tributaries that get drilled. There's no directional drilling. It's just those ones there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And so to the extent that that mitigation measure was to be updated to be more specific, it should be picking up these ones.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
No further questions for Mr Hughes, if he can be excused.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
As Mr Hughes leaves, I'll ask Dr Fawcett to come and set himself up. So, Dr Fawcett, can you just let me know when you're set up and connected, and we'll get started, but take as long as you need.
I share. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I have turned the microphone off. Right, is it? Okay, I haven't shared my presentation yet. Will I do that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Fawcett. Can we start with your full name
Jonathan Duke Fawcett,
and your occupation and employer?
Principal Hydrogeologist at CDM Smith.
Can people hear Dr. Fawcett?
Oh, not close enough. Is that better?
I'll proceed on the basis it is, unless we hear from people online that it's not.
Okay.
And sorry, your work address, Dr. Fawcett.
50 Wangaratta Street, Richmond.
Okay. Now, Dr. Fawcett, you've prepared a witness statement dated 12 May 2025, which is document 68.
Yes.
And you prepared Appendix H, groundwater dependent ecosystems of the EES.
Yes.
And you've also prepared a short PowerPoint that was filed with the committee yesterday, which is document 188.
Yes.
Now, your statement has set out your instructions at Annexure B.
Yes.
And you've also included a summary of your qualifications in Annexure A.
Yep.
Now, in your PowerPoint, in your expert witness statement, you have noted a couple of points that you wish to correct or clarify in relation to the report in the EES. Which I'll let you come to. Other than those matters, is there anything that you wish to correct or clarify?
No.
Are the facts stated true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And the opinions honestly held?
Yes.
And do you adopt Appendix H, your expert witness statement, and the PowerPoint as your evidence?
Yes.
So, Dr. Fawcett, I'll ask you to step through your presentation. We will then, I'll ask you any questions that are outstanding, and then we'll go to the questions that you received yesterday from Parks Victoria.
Cool, thank you. So I've only got a short presentation, so I've already introduced myself, so I'll move on. Just briefly, I'll touch on the methodology and the key findings of what we did. Also some additional works that are undertaken post the submission, and also, discuss the responses to the public submissions and also, relevant requests for information. So I was the principal hydrogeologist. I was the director of the project. I was assisted in the groundwater dependent ecosystem report by Francis Dean and Mike Dunning. As part of that report, we relied on and reviewed the groundwater impact report that was completed by ACOM. And in doing this, we followed instructions from Minster Ellison on behalf of NEON. The approach of the GDE report is very stock standard. What we do is establish a baseline study area. We characterise the existing environment, the proposed development, and the location of any groundwater dependent ecosystems within the vicinity of any activities. We did use some information from the ACOM report. They did a desktop-based assessment. They'd already included 12 groundwater bores, which provided information on groundwater levels, etc. They drilled a pump test, which is a deep bore for assessing potential water supply. In addition to that data of the existing groundwater bores, we did an additional 7-day pumping test in order to gauge a better idea of the impact of the water supply would have on the aquifer and any connected assets. And the GDE report itself is a sort of a classical risk-based approach to assessing the potential impacts from the operations to the GDEs. And the two key ones, well, the two related to groundwater, is groundwater drawdown caused by the dewatering, or if needed, dewatering for the transmission lines or turbine footings, and also depressurising the aquifer for the groundwater supply for the construction of the cement. Don't have a lot of figures, but just put what's in to show the area of the potential groundwater dependent ecosystems. So the green areas through that map are terrestrial potential GDE, so that's trees that with their roots access to the groundwater table at depth, and the areas in blue, I think Ben's sort of gone through this a bit earlier, the wetlands. And in this area, there's, the long swamp, etc., which are connected to groundwater, high valued. And also there's a range of other high, medium and low potential GDEs across the area that is in the project footprint. As I sort of said earlier, the key affecting activities that we looked at and the impact it might have on GDEs, one is groundwater drawdown. So when I say that, that's actually lowering of the water table. So just to be clear that everybody sort of understands. So it is considered unlikely that this will actually occur for either the turbine footings or trenching, but if it is required, so that's if a turbine footing was to be within an area that the water table is less than 4 metres. If it was to be required, the extended drawdown is actually very, very small. It would be less than 1 metre drawdown to remove the water table from the base of the footings. And this wouldn't extend very far from the actual footing extent, and would extend for a matter of hours or days, depending on how long they draw it down. There is no predicted drawdown to the actual regional water table aquifer from groundwater extraction for supply because of the way the aquifers function, which I'll explain that in the last dot point. So the drawdown only occurs with any potential, tunnelling underneath for the power line or the footings dewatering is only where groundwater dewatering occurs. The contamination from site activities, as discussed, these things will be within a standard construction environmental management plan, and will reduce any likelihood of spillages, etc. It wasn't explicitly, there's no actual sort of risk to the groundwater as such from that. The other one's depressurisation. Depressurisation is different to groundwater drawdown. So it's the aquifer that they're looking to get a licence for is a sort of semi-confined, acts as an aquitard. So when we take the water out, we did a 7-day pumping test that we then run through a series of analytical solutions to determine the impact of taking that groundwater out of that aquifer. And there's very, very little impact. It's only sort of 2 years and not an enormous amount of water. On the long swamp wetlands, and giving some conservative assumptions within that analytical modelling, it's around, the footprint does reach the wetlands, but it's about 1.5 litres a year. There's extraordinarily little, almost unmeasurable impact to the long swamp wetlands from the change in the groundwater pressure. We need to sort of realise this isn't a water table change. This is a flux of water moving through the system out through the coast. So it's a very, very, very small impact. And even the change in sort of the pressure that extends across the whole area is sort of less than, it's in the centimetres range across the whole sort of footprint of the dewatering, the depressurisation of the water that might be required for to produce the cement. There are a number of potential GDEs that are within the footprint of the project, very few that actually intersect the physical changes to the groundwater, and it is my conclusion that the impact of GDEs is actually very low. As well, any groundwater users within the footprint of the depressurisation has also been assessed and is assessed also to be low. I am grateful for submissions. Getting submissions always helps to make sure you are writing documents that are clear for the community. So I appreciate those lists of submissions that I've put there. I won't read them all out. In going through all those, it was and it's similar to other sort of hearings I've done before. They were largely concerned with their feelings around supporting GDEs and impact to the aquifer as a whole. And they sort of raised, have these items been taken into account? And within the expert witness statement, we've tabled our responses to each and all of those. And basically, I considered the concerns raised from the submissions have been sufficiently and appropriately taken into account within the mitigation steps, and also the the changes to the mitigation steps ensure that, there will be no harm to GDEs or groundwater users. Post-submission, I have responded to requests for further information, request 25 and request 26. And I think as discussed earlier this morning, that basically response to that was providing more detail regarding GWL1. Even in, presenting those or making those amendments to those, neither of these responses alter my view that the impact of the project is low. I have read Day 1 incorporated document, and I am satisfied that the changes to the mitigation measures I've outlined are actually represented in these documents. And that's all I have. Thank you. Yes.
Not questions, so much as background. So the first question notes that technical appendix 8 of the GDE assessment and outlines what's included within the assessment. The second paragraph states that has some information about overhead cabling and the assessment that's being undertaken. And then does the committee need to go through the question in detail, or has the committee have the opportunity? There's quite a lot of background. There's 6 paragraphs of background for the question.
Yes, I'm happy for you to skip to the question.
Not intersection with groundwater dependent ecosystem.
Yeah, it's best I can read that question and answer it. The methodology in the is binary measure and a high level and quite a conservative approach to the option analysis. As I understand it, the purpose of the option assessment is to assess the feasibility of the options, with least constrained. The approach, in that had a range of different criteria that they used to assess it. So at a higher level option analysis, I think that's suitable, and it's actually quite conservative if you look at the results it has, with the impact rated against groundwater dependent ecosystems. It's a very conservative assessment. I haven't done a huge amount of options assessments. But I would consider it relatively standard, yes.
And the next question, question 8, is it correct that based on your evidence, there is a difference in risk between underground and overhead options, which is not delineated by the scoring methodology adopted in that report?
So I think there's a little bit difference between a risk assessment and an options assessment. As well, I don't particularly think they're exactly the same things. We conducted a risk assessment. It is true, in our detailed impact assessment, we didn't consider transmission lines because they don't have an impact to the groundwater system, so they're not part of us, but they are part of our assessment. They were part of the options assessment. But we did obviously consider, trenching or underground activities. Yeah, so their approach is different to our approach because they're actually different questions that they're doing. One's an option assessment, and what we're conducting is an actual risk assessment to the GDEs.
If you were providing options to delineate risks to groundwater dependent ecosystems, what metrics, score and sensitivity analysis would you use? And if you might want to explain, to start off with, what you take that question to be asking in line.
So the assessment we provided in our report is the way that we would assess the risk to GDEs from whatever activity it might be. The transmission line assessment it's a different question. It's an option analysis, and it's at a higher scale, and it's as I said before, it's very conservative with respect to GDEs. Whether you would do it the same way, I'm not sure. That's people may play that out differently, but ultimately the transmission line outcome rated there was a potential sort of harm or interaction with the overhead power lines, for example, which is very conservative because the power line's going over the GDE or the wetland. And so within our assessment, which is more targeted, we didn't actually integrate the overhead power lines because they don't actually cause any risk. So there's a difference between the two. So there's different methodologies applied.
And then the final question is Technical Appendix H and the expert statement contain your detailed assessment of the risks to GDEs associated with the selected transmission line route through the Cobobany National Park under Boiler Swamp Road. These risks are assessed as low. Notwithstanding the assessment as low, do you agree? Oh, sorry, this is the question that. Sorry. Yeah. So the question continues, do you agree that these potential impacts to GDEs are relevant to an overall assessment of impact on the national park? The first question in relation to that question is it within your expertise to comment on what impacts are relevant to an overall assessment of impact on the national park?
Well, no, my expertise is related to groundwater dependent ecosystems as opposed to other aspects of Old National Park.
So we won't take that question any further with this expert, given that answer. They are the questions from Parks Victoria, and so other questions now.
Thank you very much. We don't have any questions from other parties, but we do have some questions from the IAC, so I'll hand you to Member Joyner for those. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Fawcett. In your response to RFI number 26, I'm just a little confused by the wording. Are you questioning the existence of stygofauna? Because you say if they are present and if they exist in your...
If they're present, yes. I'm not questioning whether stygofauna exists. No. But they're, are they there in that particular spot? When, I don't know.
Okay. No, I was just wanted to clarify.
No, stygofauna do exist. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. You state that additional groundwater monitoring should be included in GW05, but this is not suggested in the day one document. But GW06 is amended to add groundwater quality monitoring. Is that adequate?
Would it assist if
yes, thank you. If we could put them on the screen again, thank you.
So the same page as 5 and 6.
Yeah, I can't read that. So request 26. RFI, is that right?
No, you're suggesting that mitigation measure GW05 should include additional groundwater monitoring, but it's not in, as I read GW05, it's not included there. Should it be included there? Additional groundwater monitoring.
So I think this one is to do with the footings and whether you actually encounter groundwater at the footings. You need to do monitoring. I just actually can't read.
Can you read it on your screen?
I can read that now. Sorry. So if groundwater is encountered, and that's an if, through the process, then groundwater monitoring would be required at those locations.
Okay, so But it should be specifically stated in as a mitigation measure.
Well, it's part of the mitigation measures. You actually determine whether groundwater's there. You've got to determine whether groundwater's there.
But you're not going to monitor groundwater in that area. My question is about monitoring.
No, if it's to do with the footings, we're not, and they don't encounter groundwater, there's no groundwater monitoring. So if it's a likely spot that groundwater might be encountered, then there'll be groundwater monitoring. Because if the mitigation method then would imply that it might be need to dewater, that you'd have to monitor that process.
Right, but in GWO6, you've added groundwater to the quality monitoring.
Yeah, that's part of the construction. It's sort of, they're both sort of saying the same thing. And the groundwater supply, there's actually groundwater bores there that are appropriate to be monitored in terms of the groundwater supply when extraction occurs.
But my confusion is that you're going to monitor groundwater quality, but you're not going to measure, not going to have groundwater monitoring. If you're not going to have groundwater monitoring, how can you measure groundwater quality?
Well, GW6 is groundwater level and quality monitoring.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Fawcett, can I take you to a specific part of your evidence statement and just see if you could explain, because that might assist with understanding. So it's on page 14 of your evidence statement in the right-hand column. And it is just a specific reference to GWO5 and your statement. I agree that additional groundwater quality monitoring should be included in GWO5. So that may, if you're able to speak to that, that might assist.
Yes, as dewatering is expected to be minimal, so that's 0.33 reading here. I agree that additional groundwater quality monitoring should be included in GWO5. That's also based on whether groundwater is encountered when footings. So you would do groundwater level and groundwater quality.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, I think we got there. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's clear.
Thank you. GWO6 is suggested change relating to baseline monitoring of groundwater quality for 1 year. Should this actually also specify 12 months prior to the commencement of water pumping?
Yes, it would be part of the licence agreement through Southern Rural Water, I would assume. So yes, it would be prior to the pumping, yes.
So it would be both 12 months prior and monitoring over the of groundwater levels.
Yeah.
Now, one thing you touched in one of your slides, which I found very interesting, you were saying that the impact on the wetland, the overlying wetland water budget predicted to be less than 1.5 litres per year.
Tiny.
That's why I staggered. I was thinking maybe there should be a capital M before it or a capital.
No, it's because the groundwater extraction is actually coming quite deep in the aquifer and it's acting as like an aquitard. There's very, very little impact. So the drawdown you get from the drawdown cone, the area of the wetland is actually only a small percentage of that area. So it's actually a very, very, very small amount based on conservative values.
So in actual fact, to be expressed as a percentage of the budget,
it's tiny.
That would show that it actually is tiny.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. I'd actually like to see it as a percentage.
We can. It's one of those things. Is we couldn't say there's 0, 0, 0.
Yeah.
It's just tiny.
But I understand 0, 0, 0, 0. I can put that down as 10 to the minus 4% or something.
We can express it as we don't have. I don't know the percentage of what's in the wetland volume of water, so I don't know. But in terms of the change in the flux going through to the wetland, it's the tests tell us it's very, very small. So I imagine there's a hell of a lot of Olympic swimming pools.
Change in flux would.
You wouldn't be able to measure it.
Okay. Right, because one of the tests that we have to apply is impacts on water levels.
Yes.
And this would show that on the water level, it would
It's insignificant. You couldn't measure it.
be negligible.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a phrase or a measure.
Yep, we could work out the volume of the wetland, which I don't know exactly how to work that one out at the top of my head. But yeah, we could express it as a percentage of the annual, maybe Ben at the back knows, I'm not sure. That, the 0.001% of the wetland, we can try and work that out. Yeah, for sure, it's just math.
Yeah, that I would find, I understand that. Yep. So I find that helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions from the IAC, so I'll hand you back to the proponent. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Just trying to get to the bottom of the GW05 versus GW06 so that we can make the corrections to the mitigation measures if required. Your expert report makes a recommendation in relation to GW05 that groundwater quality monitoring should be included in the baseline construction phase groundwater monitoring program. Should be quarterly for at least a year. And that's expressed as being in relation to GW05. If we then go to the day one documents, which is document 158, GW06 has been amended to require that a groundwater level and quality monitoring program. GW05 has not been amended. And so the question for us is, do we need to put a reference to water quality monitoring in GW05, or is it sufficient to have the reference in GW06? Or was it intended to be GW06 that had the quality reference?
I think GW05 should have a groundwater quality reference as well.
As well, okay.
Because they're two slightly different.
Okay. Is it appropriate to keep it in GW06 where it is now?
Yes.
Okay. So we have an additional reference to quality included in GW05.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. There are no further questions for Dr. Fawcett, if he can be excused.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Fawcett. Thank you.
Now we're making pretty good time. There's just a couple of things we might be able to usefully address before we break for lunch. The first is to pick up on a couple of questions concerning acid sulfate soils. I had intended to go back to this issue just at a high level. If you have the written submissions to hand, that is the submissions I addressed earlier, you'll see at paragraph 5 that the scoping requirements identifies a series of key issues. And one of the key issues I didn't take you to was the potential for disturbance of contaminated or acid sulfate soils. And I'm sure the committee has come to grips with this, but I just thought I'd note this to close out the loop, if you like. Appendix I to the EES is the environmental site investigation report, and part of that environmental site investigation addresses the potential impacts and the potential for disturbance of acid sulfate soils. And there's a summary of that investigation at PDF pages 9 and 10 of Appendix I. And in short, that examination concludes that the application of conventional management techniques, that is construction management techniques, would suitably address any potential risk. And those techniques are to be given effect under the acid sulfate soils management plan, which is the plan that Member Joyner referred to earlier. The relevant mitigation measure that calls up the preparation of that plan is mitigation measure CA03. And then you'll see that other mitigation measures make reference to implementing any relevant aspects of the overall management plan for acid sulfate soil. So an example is the one we had on the screen a moment ago, GW05, calls for the integration, if you like, of that management response with the groundwater response. We'll come back and prepare the more detailed response to the particular query that had been raised, but I perhaps should have closed out that loop earlier, and I just wanted to bring those matters to the committee's attention, and we'll pick that up again in closing. But because we're not calling an expert to specifically address you on those matters, we wanted to identify those parts of the impact assessment. That then concludes the evidence and the submissions we wish to make in respect of hydrology and the particular potential for hydrology to give rise to impacts on the Ramsar wetlands. The only other thing we could usefully do before lunch is just respond to an issue that was raised this morning concerning the depiction of the SLO boundaries relative to Boiler Swamp Road, particularly as they concern the KML mapping as it's overlaid above Google Earth. And I'll invite Mr. Wright to do that. I don't think that'll take a great deal of time. And that means we'll be well placed to pick up after lunch with Mr. Galbraith and the things I described earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chessel, and thank you, Mr. Joyner, for your microphone. What I would just want to briefly address is our instructors have filed the document with 3 screenshots of various locations on Boiler Swamp Road from the KML files. I'll share it. I doubt anyone's had a chance to look at it as yet, so I'll just share it on screen. There's only a couple of comments I need to make. So I've just selected 3 locations at various spots along Boiler Swamp Road to provide you an indication of the width of the SEO mapping. Now, this is not an accurate way to give you the exact width of the SEO by reference to the Google Earth files, because it depends how closely you get in and where you put the precise marker. But what I can tell you is what the process was. To take it back a step, when one prepares the SEO mapping or any planning scheme maps, it's done by the department, not by the proponent, as the committee will be well aware. And so the proponent provides a request with information that is then mapped by the department. And for the SEO along Boiler Swamp Road, the approach was to request a 3-metre width on either side of the full extent of the road itself, to a total of a 12-metre alignment along Boiler Swamp Road, which is broadly consistent with what I've provided you in the screenshots. The rationale for that, of course, is there's a construction requirement to put the transmission line within the extent of the road, but there's also a need to potentially access vegetation on either side of the road for lopping requirements in particular. And so that's why there's been a 12-metre extent proposed for the SEO along Boiler Swamp Road. In terms of the next step of how that's in fact applied in real life to in a cadastral sense, that's done by the department by reference to its own cadastral mapping and imagery and systems. And that's when it ultimately would appear on Vic Plan, for example, using the department's cadastral information. Now, that's the accuracy that's required ultimately, and it's done by the department in terms of where it sits on the ground in reality. But with the KML files and Google Earth, there's 2 systems at play. There's the underlying satellite imagery, which is provided by Google, and there's the overlay of the KML files, which is material that's taken from various disparate sources, which might be Vic map data, for an example, to use the SLOs or the ESO extents as that example, which are then imported into KML format, which is just a Google-based file format that you then insert into Google Earth. So the systems don't always talk to each other perfectly, and that's an example here with the SEO. And in some locations, it might be the case that you'll put the SEO line on the Google Earth satellite imagery and it doesn't precisely match up with the shown extent of Boiler Swamp Road. But that's not in any way suggesting that the indicated areas for the SEO or any of the infrastructure is inaccurate. It's accurate to whatever survey effort sits behind it, plus the use of publicly available state data. That's all we would like to say about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's us for the morning session.
Excellent. Well, we're spot on time. So we'll break now for an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock and hear from Mr. Galbraith.
Yes. So we'll first walk through the construction
Of course.
material,
Yes.
do the submission. But
Better
yes,
submission.
we're well on track to.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll see everybody in an hour.
Check 1, 2. This is microphone 8. Sitting in a chair,
Check 2.
Okay.
Check 2.
Thank you, everyone. Just conscious it's a minute before 2 in case anyone's joining us online, but I think we're probably right to get started. So I'll hand to you, Mr. Chessel. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the topic for this afternoon concerns the assessment of impacts on native vegetation. And as I explained before lunch, we propose to do a couple of things before calling Mr. Galbraith to give evidence, who I see is here. The particular focus of this afternoon's material will concern the extent of vegetation loss along Boiler Swamp Road or adjacent to Boiler Swamp Road as a consequence of the infrastructure component that is to be delivered beneath Boiler Swamp Road. And what we wanted to do before calling Mr. Galbraith to give evidence is first address you on matters concerning the construction of that component of the project. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Wright to do that in a moment. Having undertaken that exercise, I'll then walk through the submissions that we prepared to introduce that topic, and then we'll turn then to the changes to the mitigation measures and then to Mr. Galbraith in a similar order that we did this morning. So if you're happy to proceed on that basis, I'll ask Mr. Wright to please address you on the various issues concerning construction.
Thank you. Sounds good.
Thank you, committee members. I'm going to take you to 2 documents in particular. It's document 163, which is a document that was prepared by Downer and is termed a basis of design report from May 2022, which was produced in response to a request from Mr. Turner. I'm then going to take you to Appendix Z to the EES to explain the interplay between that draft consent application under the National Parks Act and the extent to which the Downer report, which I'll refer to it from now on, has played a part in informing the content of Appendix Z. And that's really in context of responding to queries, matters in the way of submission that have been raised by Mr. Turner, and I'll respond to those briefly as I go along. And then I'll take you to document 110, which is technical note 9, which is a constructability report prepared by Beyond Electrical Engineering, or BEE, which addresses 2 scenarios, if you like. One is the scenario that's contemplated in the EES, whereby the construction methodology along Boiler Swamp Road would weave around the tree protection zones for applejack trees. And I'll explain what are essentially some slight adjustments to the likely methodology for construction in that road if that scenario is to be undertaken. And the second scenario relates to what we had asked the author of that report to address, which was the scenario whereby there were limited or lesser ecology constraints by way of effectively routes within the road, and what one might do to construct the transmission line where there were fewer of those constraints. And really that would then lead you into the matters that Mr. Galbraith will address through the lens of his evidence. The other matters that are addressed in that technical note include descriptions of joint boxes and link boxes, which are essential componentry to construct the transmission line and effectively join different sections of electrical cable along the length. And I'll explain those to you in some detail because they have relevance to a number of matters that have been raised by Parks Victoria and DECA, and also the question then of emergency vehicle access along the road. So those are the matters I'd like to take you to in some detail now.
Thank you. Would you mind just reminding me the number of the Downer report document number?
It's document 163.
Great. Thank you very much.
So I'll share that document first. And you can see, as I've indicated, it's called a basis of design report. It's dated the 23rd of May 2022. And I'd like to explain the genesis of this report, what it addresses, and how it departs from the alignment that is ultimately now proposed before you in the EES. And I'll then explain some of the aspects of this report that have relevance to, as I said, the Appendix Z, the Section 27 consent application. Apologies for scrolling, but if I take you to the first part of the document, Section 2, you can see there's a description of the project background, which will be now familiar to you. What you can see at Figure 2 is at that point in time, consideration of two transmission line options, one along Cutout Dam Road, which is to the north of Boiler Swamp Road, and then you can see the Boiler Swamp Road alignment. If I just pause there, one of the critical points of departure between this document and what's before the committee is at that point in time there was consideration of a combination of an underground transmission line from the main substation through along Boiler Swamp, or at that point Cutout Dam Road, and then when the transmission line exits the national park, there was a contemplated overhead line that runs across the freehold land and then into the Hayward Terminal Station. Now, that's no longer proposed, and that's the critical point of departure between this document and what's before you in the EES. As you know, the full extent of that from the main substation, well, in fact, from the at the point on Portland Nelson Road through to the main substation and then through and along Boiler Swamp Road and then exiting and then through to the Hayward Terminal Station is all to be underground. Just to make the proposition good, that what this document was intended to be was an early preliminary concept design only. And you can see that described on PDF page 6 of the document, what Dana was asked to do and to what purpose. And then following over to the top of PDF page 7, you can see under section 3 heading, it says this: as the project is at a preliminary stage, with Dana engaged to develop a concept design, no detailed documentation detailing this project has been produced. And what it then says at section 4 is effectively what I've described to you, that it's a concept design for a combination of the cable and transmission lines, underground and overhead, and a transition station, which then allows Neoen to progress the project development prior to proceeding with the project development application request. So it's an early point in time before the application itself has been made. The EES has really progressed it in any way. What the document then does is describe the electrical design or scope of works, which talks about the types of the voltage of the terminal lines and the various matters that are required to be addressed to provide the connection. I'm not going to take you to that in any detail. It moves on to then describing a couple of key considerations in respect of matters that the underground transmission line has to address. And you can see highlighted on screen there, it says at this early concept design stage, there's no available soil thermal resistivity test reports for the native soil. Therefore, the following values are considered based on previous projects and native soil temperature at burial depth of 27 degrees and native soil thermal resistivity of 2. I'm not going to try to describe that unit of measurement. And then a description of it is essential that the imported bedding sand material should have a thermal resistivity of less than or equal to 1.2, whatever that description would be, required as per good industry practice. Now, the reason I highlight this for your attention, members, is that when I come to Appendix Z, you will see that those same measurements and requirements extracted into that document. The other point is you'll recall a question posed by Mr. Turner yesterday about how thermal resistivity would be addressed through the directional drilled sections. And at the end of my discursive now, I'll address you on that matter. For current purposes, thermal resistivity is effectively the ability of a material, in this case soil, to conduct heat. That's relevant because the electricity cables themselves generate heat, and you need to conduct the heat away from the cables so they don't have interference between the cables as a consequence of that heat generation. The document then includes a number of figures which have also been extracted into Appendix Z, as I'll come to. One of those is Figure 3, which provides the cable and trench cross sections. What you'll find at the bottom of PDF page 9 and highlight there is a description of, in the middle of that bottom paragraph, 3 single cable trench provides a small construction footprint, which allows the use of a smaller trenching machine and a smaller amount of spoil created during installation. And then at the last part of that page, running over to the next page, this installation is proposed to be run centrally along the roadway to keep the construction corridor to a minimum, thereby reducing the impact of vegetation along the route. And there's some more detail that I'll come to about that construction methodology in a moment. If you then move forward, you'll see there's a section about the overhead line, which has no ongoing relevance at all. Before we move into section 6, which is the civil design description. And in respect of the underground section, what you'll find is in the first paragraph under figure 5, a description of the proposed optimal method of trenching and cable laying is by way of an integrated trenching wheel excavator, laying unit box, track mounted carrier unit and cable reel. And then a description that allows to excavate, lay and backfill in a single pass operation per cable in the most economical and least invasive way. And then there's some discussion about matters I've already addressed about the need for thermal separation between the 3 cables. We then find over the page then a series of figures which are also familiar as they've also been extracted into Appendix Z. The first there, figure 6, the construction corridor, which in Appendix Z has been overlaid on a photograph of one part of Boiler Swamp Road. We have another description of the integrated trenching wheel and the need for in the order of 6.5 metres of space to allow the cable install and bypass vehicle space. And then at figure 7, they've provided an image of one example of that integrated trenching machine. You can see that the trenching happens to the right of the image. And then you can see the cable spool at the back, which lays the cable as that machine moves. And then what you don't see there is that there would be also a backfilling component as that machine moves along. And I'll say more about the use of that machine when I come to the constructability report and the Tech Note 9. The document then moves on to other methods that aren't recommended. They're the traditional excavator method or a chainsaw style trencher with imagery which also has an ongoing life in Appendix Z. More description of the backfilling component of the trenching machine. And then other matters before finally the document moves to the overhead section, which I won't take you to in any detail. As I said, it has no ongoing relevance. The final component of the document, which is relevant to a request made by Mr. Turner, is a list of appendices, annexures, which were not produced or have not yet been produced, and that is the subject of a request from Mr. Turner. What I'll say about those documents is what they do is provide some detail of particular components of the transmission line, including the joint boxes and the link boxes, material which has already been included in Appendix Z, the draft consent application. They also provide for both the underground and the overhead components considered at that time, a KMZ or KML Google Earth file, which does the same sorts of things that the KML files that are before you do for those 2 considered alignments at the time, as well as a series of PDF extracts really of that same imagery along the alignment, most relevantly for Boiler Swamp Road. What we'll say effectively about the production of those documents is if the committee would be assisted by seeing those materials, they could be produced. But because they go to alignments or a proposal which is not before you as part of the EES, we think it's not relevant to your decision making and would likely be a distraction effectively. So if the committee wants us to produce them, we can do so, but we don't think it's necessary for your decision making that we do. Now, that's all I wanted to say about that document at this stage. What I'll do now is I'll move to Appendix Z.
I can actually respond to that now.
Certainly, Madam Chair.
To note that we won't need them if they don't reflect the proposal that we're assessing. If there's a reason that they would be of benefit to us in considering the proposal that we're assessing, we're happy to hear submissions on that. But as you've described, I think it's important that we keep focused on the assessment of the proposal before us and don't allow for any potential confusion, particularly if it's been The specifics have evolved since then. It won't be of assistance to us. So thank you.
Thank you for that indication, Madam Chair. So I'm now sharing on screen Appendix Z, which is the draft Section 27 consent application, which is an application that would ultimately need to be made under Section 27 of the National Parks Act in respect of the section of the transmission line that falls within the boundaries of the Cobbomity National Park as distinct from the Forest Park section. And what you'll find at Section 2.3 of that appendix is a number of descriptions of matters and figures and other descriptions of methodology, which will be familiar to you having just been through the Downer report. So you can see I've highlighted on screen, firstly, those details about soil temperature and thermal resistivity. And then you can see the second paragraph that's highlighted is a description of a proposal showing involving 3 trenches with separate cables using the specialised integrated trenching machine and what the separation and depth requirements are for those 3 trenches, and ultimately an overall trench width or trench section width of 2.9 metres. And what follows in that document, you can see highlighted as reference to 3 plates, 2.2, 2.3 and 2.1. And over page we find those 3 plates. And I indicated there was the construction corridor diagram from the Downer report, which was interposed or superposed over a photograph of Boiler Swamp Road, which is plate 1. And then over the page, plate 2 is a description of the cable joint bay and link box cross-section diagram. Now that's from one of the appendices to the Downer report. And then the third plate is the cable cross-section and details, which it's in one of the appendices, but that image itself was in the body of the Downer report. So that's why you can see on screen there, for each of those 3 plates, there's a reference to Downer 2022. That's the Downer report. So to the extent that the Downer report has ongoing relevance for the Section 27 consent application, it's in those ways where it describes measures that have to be satisfied or considered in the construction of the trench, the resistivity question, for example, the indicative, or at least at that stage it was described as a nominal construction methodology, which is the integrated trenching machine, 3 trenches to be constructed, and I should describe how that would occur now. They would be constructed sequentially. So you do 1 cable lay section length in a single trench with that machine, if it's to be used, and then you put the cable in and as it goes, and then you come back to the start of that length, you do the second trench, you come back to the start and you do the third trench. So it runs, it's a word that we'll come to later on as simultaneous. It's simultaneous in the sense of you trench, you lay the cable and you backfill simultaneously for a section of cable for 1 trench, but then you bring everything back to the start and you do the second and then you do the third trench. So it's sort of simultaneous and consecutive all at the same time. In respect of how that would operate with the cables, the lengths of the cable is dictated by how much cable can be held on the cable reel at any one time, and considerations of where the joint boxes need to go, because as I'll come to, they're quite large and you need to avoid the tree protection zones of the trees as relevant. And so that would dictate for any particular part of Boiler Swamp Road what length of trench times 3 is laid at any one time. I'm not then going to take you anywhere else in Appendix Z other than to say we've already foreshadowed the need in our Part B submission to prepare and provide an update of the draft consent application to address matters that have been raised by Parks Victoria in particular. And we'll also be making submissions at a future point about the approach to that application and interpretation of the matters that are relevant to that decision-making process. So that's a matter we'll come back to at a future time.
Could I clarify, is the intention to reissue that in its entirety or just sections of it that need to be updated?
Carefully look my eyes down the end of the table to Ms Guild and say that I think in its entirety, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
But in it,
Yes.
So
Thank you. That's clear.
now, the third document I want to take you to is the technical note 9. And as you'll see, this is a document that was prepared at the request of the proponent of Mr. Martins at Beyond Electrical Engineering. And what this document does, and I'll take you forward to the contents page, you'll see that Mr. Martins has addressed the two scenarios I described earlier, and I'll come back to that in a bit more detail in a moment. He then describes the requirements for the cable joint bays and link boxes, and that's an important component for a number of reasons that I'll spend some time describing to you. And then finally, and relatedly, the question of emergency access along Boiler Swamp Road while construction activities are occurring. I don't need to take you to the overview, so other than to say you can see that Mr. Martins has had regard to Appendix Z as we've been going through, and then figures 4F1 to 18 from Appendix 17 of Appendix C, which is the flora and fauna assessment, and the technical appendix to the EES. Those figures, which I can briefly show you now, this is the first of those, describe the what I'll refer to as the weaving approach. The black line is the alignment of the underground transmission line. The small green circles are small applejack trees, and the square green is larger applejack trees, and the yellow is the tree protection zone around those trees. And you can see that it describes, and there's a number of these, 18 or 19 of these, that show the full length of Boiler Swamp Road and the project footprint, as I've said, the location of the transmission line. And you can see, if you zoom in, 2 points to note. There's all the way along the alignment, there's locations where the black line ceases, which, at least for this purpose in this document, is the locations where horizontal directional drilling would occur. And then you can see where the line deviates around the TPZs for applejack trees, which is the weaving concept, to avoid the more than 10% encroachment of those trees, which is the number that would dictate assumed loss of that tree. So the concept that's embodied in this document is to weave around the applejacks so they are not considered lost for purposes of the native vegetation assessment and offset requirements. Now, there's a lot more detail that I'm going to come to now about the constructability of that approach, the weaving approach, and what qualifications there would need to be on that approach and the machinery to be used in order to give effect to that alignment. And that's what I'll take you to now. Now, effectively, that is what's been considered by Mr. Martins in this document as scenario 1. And apologies for the scrolling. And you can see there on screen, there's a description of what scenario 1 has to consider, which is the need 1 trench per phase, or 3 phases here, of 300 mil wide, separated by 1 metre, and then particular size copper cable, which is a large diameter cable. Thermal resistivity considerations which come from the Downer report into the Appendix Z and then have been assumed for purposes of Mr. Martin's assessment. And then the construction constraints, really, which is the weaving scenario and whether that can be given effect to using the contemplated machinery. What Mr. Martin ultimately says in respect of the weaving concept is that it's possible to do so. It's technically achievable, and I'm just paraphrase for time and convenience, but that it might be necessary to disaggregate the machinery. So rather than having a single integrated trenching machine, you might need to use a smaller format separate trencher. And then there would be a separate machine that holds the cable reel, and then another machine that would do the backfilling component. So rather than the all-in-one approach, and I'll just describe this by reference to this image here, because of that, there's an overall, you can imagine, and you recall from the Downer image, there's an overall length of that integrated machine. And if it was necessary, for example, to weave around applejack trees in close proximity to each other, it may not be technically achievable with the length of the integrated machine because of its turning radius, for example. In which case, Mr. Martins is satisfied that there are a number of other machinery types available, including smaller trenches. There are very small ones to very large ones available in the market, and you can give effect to that weaving process as contemplated in these figures expressly by the use of that disaggregated arrangement of machinery. So the conclusion that he draws in respect of scenario 1 is effectively that it's technically achievable to construct that methodology as set out in these figures from the FFA. And what he says in the middle of this paragraph, you can see on screen, is there are known limitations. For example, if the integrated machine cannot be used and a standalone trencher may be needed, in which case there would be multiple machines required, such as a separate trencher, cable laying, backfilling, etc. And then he says, and that it is unlikely that emergency access would be maintained while installation occurred. And I'll come back to the point about emergency access. For scenario 1, Mr. Martins then goes into the question of horizontal directional drilling, which he says is a proven technique with a low margin of error. He provides a description of the lengths that would be achievable for horizontal direct drilling in the next paragraph that I don't need to take you to. And then there's another example there at figure 5 of another form of integrated trenching and cabling machine that you can see. The not recommended methods that Mr. Martins then addresses are the same ones that you'll have seen in the Downer report, which is the excavator bucket and the chainsaw style trencher, which are not recommended. And then the next point I'd like to make is a qualification on the use of HDD, or the extent to which one might effectively, under scenario 1, change between the trenching methodology and the HDD methodology. And what Mr. Martins has identified, it's his blue highlighted overlay on figure 6, which is one of the maps from the FFA. What he effectively says is because of the concentration of trees in that highlighted blue section, it would be inefficient and difficult and slow to transition from one method to the other method, where indicated. You can't quite see it, but in the underlying image, there's black sections interspersed. If you can follow my cursor, there's a black section here. So I'll start on this side. Trench to here, HDD through here, revert back to trenching, then to HDD, and then back to trenching, and then back to HDD. So Mr. Martins makes the sensible suggestion that what you might do instead in that section is just HDD the whole lot, which is readily achievable with the technology available. But what he then says is that these matters would be determined at the detailed design stage. It's not something that we need to know precisely now. You would do it as part of the detailed design stage to work out which section of road was to be used with what methodology. The conclusion that Mr. Martins draws, you can find at the bottom of page 13, PDF 14, which is there is technology available that will allow implementation of the proposed construction methodology for the underground transmission line along Boiler Swamp Road as described in the EES, which involves a mixture of trenching around and underboring predicted tree roots. I would recommend using a combination of integrated trenching wheel and HDD. In some cases, the figures F4F set proposes several short sections of HDD, where I would consider one longer section of HDD would be preferable. This is a matter to be resolved during detailed design. What I should say is you'll find at the commencement of this document a qualification on any scenario or methodology to be used, which is the need for route investigations, such as through 3D ground penetrating radar or hydro trenching or other such methods to identify, in accordance with recommendations of experts, the likely route locations and to be used to determine the method to ultimately be used. Turning to scenario 2, just to remind the committee, this is a scenario where we asked Mr. Martins to assume minimal environmental constraints along Boiler Swamp Road. Really, what would you do if it was determined that there weren't roots extending through most of Boiler Swamp Road, how would you go about constructing the transmission line? And what follows in this section is a description of three sub-options, I should say, to that scenario, which is where you could just do, as you can see at the bottom of this final paragraph, not highlighted, assuming the investigations are done to provide the requisite degree of satisfaction about the existence of roots, and no minimal constraint down the road, then you'd use the integrated trenching machine and just go down the road. The second option that Mr. Martins refers to is a partial trench, partial bore option, and the easiest way to describe this is to go to the images on the following page. And what you can see on the right-hand side is root penetration within an extent of Boiler Swamp Road. And so what Mr. Martins is suggesting is rather than an all or nothing, you use the trencher or you use HDD. He's suggesting that, in fact, you could use a hybrid approach where you might trench 2 of the 3 trenches, but then bore the third under the roots that have been identified in the road. And that might be for 2 of the phases trenched, or it might be 1 phase trenched and 2 phases bored. The third option he describes is really that this is the binary where if there's expected to be more roots, then you might HDD or bore all 3 of the phases. So I think there's a bit of a nuance that Mr. Martins has appropriately applied where it's not the all or nothing between trenching or HDD, but you might be able to do a hybrid or combination approach. I won't take you to table 3, but he provides a bit of an analysis of the pros and cons of each of those 3 options under scenario 2. But what I do want to take you to now is just to describe the cable joint bays and the link boxes. The first way I'd like to address this is to take you to the imagery on PDF page 9, in particular the image on the right-hand side that you can see on screen. The right-hand piece of infrastructure is the joint bay, and the left-hand is a link box. Now, what the joint bays do, and I should say that they're about, the size varies, but it's about 8.5 metres long by about, I'm going to 2.5 or thereabouts. I can't precisely remember that dimension wide. And you have to excavate a section of an appropriately large sized hole in Boiler Swamp Road, in which there's bedding material put down. Then the concrete link box is craned into the hole, and the cable, each of the 3 phases of the cable is brought into the concrete box. And I'll show you this image here, which provides that pictorially for you. So each of the phases comes in, and these sections in the middle here are the joints where it's joined to the next section of cable. And so the committee might readily appreciate that it's a fairly substantial undertaking to put that into Boiler Swamp Road and maintain vehicle access for inclusively of emergency vehicles while that construction activity is occurring. And I'll come back to what we say about that in a moment. But I need to take you back to the start of this section to then describe, using Mr. Martin's words, how many of these joint boxes would be required along Boiler Swamp Road. And you can see in the middle of the highlighted section in the middle paragraph, it's estimated there'll be around 20 to 22 cable joint boxes. So 20 to 22 of those concrete boxes would go into Boiler Swamp Road. And then a total of about between 60 and 66 cable joints, which is, of course, there's 3 cables per joint box, which gives you the 60 to 66 joints. Mr. Martins then provides a description of how long it might take to do a single joint, or rather the joints in each cable box. And it's really, he says, at 10 hours per day with a crew of 3 joiners, 3 to 8 days of consecutive work per cable joint box, excluding the mobilisation and demobilisation. That will require several crews to work in parallel to ensure minimum closures are made to Boiler Swamp Road. So you could, of course, do a number of sections of Boiler Swamp Road at the same time, provided that the staging of the joints is done in the appropriate sequence. And what Mr. Martins then says, that highlighted paragraph on PDF page 19, is due to the critical nature of this infrastructure, the jointing process is usually performed under controlled conditions requiring a specialised tent to be established over the box, as illustrated in the figure 11 below. That's because you're working with the copper strands of a highly sophisticated electrical cable, and each of those strands has to be joined to its mating strand for the next cable, and so on. So it takes quite a lot of time from a high specialised crew to do so. I'll come to the link boxes in a moment. They have a slightly different approach and what they're required for those. But the proposition that we're seeking to explore here is the need to really effectively, for a period of time at which the construction activities are occurring on Boiler Swamp Road, particularly for these joint bays, that it's unlikely, which is what Mr. Martins concludes, that you'll be able to maintain emergency vehicle access along the road. This tent arrangement would likely take up most of the road at that time. What ultimately, in respect of that question, Ms. Dunstan has addressed that in her evidence statement, and we will seek to explore that more with the topic-specific submissions and through questions of Ms. Dunstan at that time. That is how you otherwise manage emergency access where you can't access Boiler Swamp Road for a period of time. The next point about the joint bays goes to a question of concern raised by DECA, which is about what the surface level treatment for those boxes would be to ensure there's no impediment to ongoing maintenance of Boiler Swamp Road. Largely that would be related to grading of that road as needed. And Mr. Martins in this document confirms that the top of the box would be about 500 millimetres below the finished surface level of Boiler Swamp Road. And because of the way they're constructed, as you can see on screen, what would happen after this is they get filled with a particular type of soil, sand rather, which has a particular thermal resistivity, and then the concrete lid goes on, and then the surface is reinstated on top of the box. And there's very minimal, if any, need in the future to access the boxes for maintenance purposes, but they would be GPS located and readily accessible if there was a need to do so. So there's no expectation of any impediment to ongoing maintenance or grading of Boiler Swamp Road from the joint bays. You can see there in that highlighted paragraph where Mr. Martins refers to the 500 millimetre surface level depth. The next image, this is where you can find the dimensions of the joint bay. You can see 8.5 metres long by 3.2 metres wide. Now, that's an example of a joint bay. It may not be the precise dimensions that are ultimately used. The next matter is the link boxes, and you can see the bottom left of that image, if you follow my cursor, is the link box. As described to me and by Mr. Martins, the purpose of the link box is, amongst other things, to provide the earthing component for the cables. So there's an outer sheath of copper underneath the outer layer of rubber of the cables themselves, which have to be joined together, and then they're brought externally outside the joint bay for a earthing arrangement. And those link boxes need to be accessible for maintenance purposes. They, as I've been described to me at least, a fairly sophisticated piece of equipment which allows an understanding of what's happening along the cable by accessing those external parts. And so whilst in the following paragraph Mr. Martins describes them as typically to be installed aligned with the finished surface level, in this location that may not be acceptable due to road maintenance activities, in which case he says that either they can be installed below the surface level, and again they would be GPS located so they could be identified and accessed readily, or they can be installed off the side, if you like. So you'll recall there was on either side of the road there was a a drainage depression, and they could be installed in that location there, or even further up on the embankment Mr. Martins describes, to allow them to be accessed as they needed without impeding maintenance and grading of Boiler Swamp Road. So that's really the majority of the content in technical note 9. The final section before the conclusion addresses emergency access, and you can see there that Mr. Martins notes that the need for emergency access during construction is paramount, that there will be sections of Boiler Swamp Road that will be temporarily limited or even closed to traffic, and the need for the traffic management plans to address that outcome and how that emergency access would be maintained as required. And as I've said, that we'll come back to you about that with some submissions and through the evidence of Ms. Dunstan of how that would be managed. I don't need to take you to the conclusion other than to really just reiterate other matters that have been addressed already, that there's techniques and machinery available to address both of those scenarios, and otherwise a number of other matters that would need to be considered, including the joint bays and link box access arrangements. Now, that's the substance of Tech Note 9, Member Kendall, and that was the totality of the matters that we were wanting to take you to on construction of that transmission line, unless you had any questions of us now. Thank you.
Hand up, Madam Chair, I think.
Yes, Mr. Turner, and you're welcome to come and sit with us at the table. I know you'll have questions shortly, so if you'd like to, you're welcome to come and sit.
Thank you, Mr. Wright, for that information. One thing you identified in your presentation was...
Mr. Turner, sorry, could I just check? Are you just intending to ask a question of clarification?
There's one.
Yes, thank you. So generally, parties won't get the opportunity to ask questions directly of the proponent, but if in this instance, I'm happy to consider a question. As you know, with cross-examination of the experts, it's different, but yes, thank you. I'm happy for you to ask through me.
Yeah, and it was really Mr. Wright identified that he would provide information about thermal resistivity sand in the situation of HDD drilling. If I don't think that was addressed in that presentation, so if that could be...
Quite right. I did forget to come back to that.
Thank you. If you're able to...
I can.
Thank you. That would be appreciated.
And I should explain that after this question was raised whilst we were standing in the Surrey River, such as it is currently, by Mr. Turner yesterday, I contacted with my instructor, Mr. Martins, last night or yesterday afternoon to ask him that question specifically, how one would address the question of thermal resistivity in the HDD sections, and to describe for you what happens or will happen in this case. I've been pointed to a document that we will file with the committee, which is a technical pamphlet in respect of the particular substance or product that would be used inside the conduit, but I need to explain how the HDD would work in order to then have this complete answer. So what the HDD sections would do is they would drill 3 bore holes for each of the cable phases, 1 per cable phase, and then a conduit is drawn through the bore. The drill goes through, and at the other side it grabs the conduit and pulls it back through, and then they feed the cable through the conduit. And what then happens, or will happen in this case, is they inject a cementitious grout product into the conduit. You cap it at one end, you pump the material in. There's lots of technical requirements of how that would work that I'm not going to be capable of describing to you, but that product is expressly and specifically designed for circumstances like this, for high voltage electrical cables, to provide extremely low thermal resistivity. So they're very conductive and disperses the heat quickly, as I understand it. I'll show you the document I'm referring to. Please don't laugh when you see the name of the company. It's called Bluey and was described to me as, yes, the same wording as the cartoon character. And what this document describes is, as you can see, a particular product. Now, this is an example product. It's proprietary, I'm sure, and there might be other examples from different manufacturers that have the same property, but this is the example that's been given. And it's a low thermal resistivity cementitious grout. There's a couple of useful images that I'll take you to where you can see, apologies for scrolling, there's quite a bit of material in here about what thermal resistivity means and how the product has to respond, the parameters within which it's been designed to respond, and the resistivity that it has, which is extremely low, much lower than the surrounding soil. I'm just trying to find the particular imagery, bear with me. That's the image I was looking for. So you can see, I'm not going to suggest to you this is precisely the arrangement that would be in place for this example, but you can see that the conduit comes out, and then you can see where there's a capping system, and ultimately inside that conduit is where the cementitious grout would be pumped to provide the relevant level of resistivity.
Thank you.
As I've said, I'll arrange for my instructor to file this document momentarily.
Yes, thank you. That answered with enough detail, Mr. Turner?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I was also interested in that knowledge of that product, whether this will remain in Boilersmont Road for eternity, or is there a proposal to decommission it and remove it from the national park?
I think that's probably going to some detail that we don't need to know for right now. I'm happy for you to talk to the proponent outside of this session, and if we need to know, please bring the information back to us. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'd like to move now to the submissions that we've prepared in respect of this topic. I should have done this already. I just want to know the document number for this document. I should say there are a number of attachments that we've included with that submission. There's the Australian standard that concerns the protection of trees on development sites. There's the guidelines for the removal of destruction or lopping of native vegetation, and there's the biodiversity assessment handbook. We've set out the relevant extracts within the submission, so I don't need you to have those documents open, but they've been attached for your reference. 192, thank you. Okay, if we could please have 192 open, which is the submission. Again, I'll walk you through this submission. You'll see at paragraph 2 that we've again set out the key documents. Those key documents include the relevant parts of the EES, the relevant witness statements of Mr. Gibson, Mr. Organ and Mr. Galbraith, the addendum statement of Mr. Galbraith, 2 technical notes, including the three technical notes, including the technical note on constructability that we just addressed, and then the other documents that are attached. At paragraph 3, we've set out the relevant, paragraph 4, we've set out the relevant evaluation objective, that is to avoid or minimise potential adverse effects on biodiversity values within the project site and its environs, including native vegetation, amongst other things. And in our submission, the most relevant key issue that's been identified in respect of native vegetation is the availability of suitable offsets for the loss of native vegetation and habitat for listed threatened species under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act and EPBC Act. At paragraph 7, we set out the relevant mitigation measures, and we'll come back in due course to explain the modifications that are in the day 1 version. And what I'd like to do is just walk you through the submission from paragraph 10 onwards. And we start by making the observation that Appendix C describes how it is that the native vegetation guidelines and the assessment handbook have been applied to calculate, in respect of this project, the relevant extent of native vegetation removal, which is calculated at 8.696 hectares of native vegetation in patches and 228 large trees. We make the observation that this is a notably small impact for a project that spans an area of approximately 8,350 hectares. So by my rough calculation, 0.1% of the area of the project would be affected in respect of native vegetation removal. In our submission, that's a relatively small impact, or that we have a small impact here is in large part a virtue of the project being located predominantly in operating plantations and farmland, and indeed that the transmission component is to be located in large part beneath the existing roadway of Boiler Swamp Road. If we just pause there, I've reviewed other wind farm applications, and there are varying amounts of vegetation removal proposed depending on the context. By way of comparison, the Golden Plains application sought permission and was granted permission to remove up to 49 hectares of native vegetation, and so quite clearly an order of magnitude above that which is contemplated here, which again goes to make good the proposition that the amount contemplated here is relatively small having regard to the nature and scale of this proposal. At paragraph 11, we've provided the breakdown of the proposed removal, that is the 8.696 hectares and the 228 large trees. And you will have seen across the page an extract of Table 1 from the relevant report, which describes how that extent of proposed removal is distributed across the project. And you'll see a very clear delineation of that amount which is proposed in respect of the transmission line, both as it passes through the National Park and through the Forest Park. The reason why we've included that breakdown is, of course, because the permission required in respect of the National Park is limited only to that portion of the transmission line that passes through the National Park. The point we make at paragraph 12 is that a large proportion of the vegetation that has been assessed as being required to be removed is attributable to the transmission line passing through the Kabobony Park, that is both the National and Forest Park. And the point that we make here is a point we've touched upon a number of times already, which is that extent of removal is in effect assumed or deemed to be removed along Boiler Swamp Road by virtue of the proximity of the transmission line to the tree protection zones of the trees that sit either side of Boiler Swamp Road. And as we'll come to explore this afternoon, based on the evidence of Mr Galbraith, this extent of assumed native vegetation removal in our submission clearly represents a very significant overestimate of native vegetation removal along Boiler Swamp Road. It's a function, if you like, of the application of the handbook and the guidance as to how one should assess loss, but to be properly understood in the context of this impact assessment, it need be understood as being most likely a highly conservative estimate of the extent of loss. And so what we do in these submissions is a number of things. We first explain how it is that the losses documented in Appendix C were derived. Secondly, that those losses represent a worst case scenario for the reasons that I've just alluded to. Thirdly, how much lesser actual losses are a more realistic scenario, that is, explaining the extent of conservatism that is inherent in the assessment. And fourthly, the proponent's proposal for demonstrating lesser actual losses, that is, a more realistic estimate of what extent of vegetation will be lost as a consequence of the installation of the transmission infrastructure in particular. So we address the first of those matters at paragraph 14, and the committee will be familiar with the terms of clause 5217 and with the native vegetation guidelines. We make the observation at paragraph 15 that no trees along Boiler Swamp Road will be removed per se. That is, that there is no need to remove trees to accommodate the physical infrastructure itself, and that's of course because it is to run along and beneath the road alignment of Boiler Swamp Road. But it's the assessment really focuses on the extent to which the trees adjacent to the road will be impacted, and indeed would be deemed to be impacted by application of the assessment handbook. And what we've done at paragraph 15 is identify that pursuant to the assessment handbook, there need be, for construction projects involving earthworks, an assessment of the extent of loss by application of the relevant Australian standard, AS 4970, which concerns the protection of trees on development sites. And what one sees at the end of that extract is the key passage. Unless an arborist report indicates otherwise, the tree or trees within a remnant patch of treed native vegetation to be retained will be assumed lost if the encroachment into the tree protection zone is greater than 10% or is inside the SRZ, the structural root zone. And so what the handbook does is default, if you like, to an application of the Australian standard and the adoption of the 10% threshold as being the threshold at which one would deem a particular tree to be lost. Now, what we've done at paragraph 16 and 17 is describe the operation of the assessment handbook. And in broad terms, the calculation of the tree protection zone is a function of the width of the trunk of the relevant tree measured at a certain height, diameter breast height, which I think is 1.1 metres off the ground. And that's why you see in the image that Mr. Wright took you to earlier, in respect of the calculation of the tree protection zones for the applejack trees, different sized areas around the tree reflecting the different widths of the diameter of the trunks of those trees. And at paragraph 18, we note that Biosis was directed by the technical reference group, so in preparing the assessment, to avoid impacts on the critically endangered flora and that is, as recognised under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act, the applejack trees along the side of the road. And so consistent with that direction and the assessment handbook, Biosis derived a trenching alignment that avoided greater than 10% impact on the tree protection zones of the applejack trees along Boiler Swamp Road. And that's the weaving alignment that Mr. Wright described earlier. That is why it is that weaving was introduced into the alignment. That is following a directive from the TRG that the approach should be to not result in impact upon the applejack trees in particular. Now, what we note toward the end of paragraph 18 is that alignment, the weaving alignment, does impact on greater than 10% of the tree protection zones of other trees along Boiler Swamp roads, be it I think it's the Managum trees or the Western peppermint trees, and Mr. Galbraith can come and explain the distinctions between them. And so what one sees in the calculation is no impact on applejack trees, but impact on other trees that are native to Victoria, but only a deemed impact by virtue of the alignment passing within 10% of the tree protection zone of those trees. So that is how it is that the calculation has been completed. At paragraph 19, we've made reference to
Mr. Chesel, sorry, just before you continue, I just want to be 100% clear that I'm understanding correctly the language and the way it's been expressed. So avoiding, such as the intro to paragraph 18, the avoidance of impacts is still potentially the up to 10% of the tree protection zone being impacted is deemed to be avoiding impacts. Is that correct? I know
yes, that's right. Yes,
not as to be lost if it's less than that. And so if I'm seeing the term avoiding impacts, it's equated with less than 10% impact on
correct. So for the applejack trees,
yes,
the alignment would avoid an encroachment of greater than 10%.
Yes.
So it's correct to say that it may be up to 10%, yes. But for the purposes of the assessment, applying the guidance in the handbook,
yes,
we have ensured by virtue of the modification in the alignment not to incur or encroach within the tree protection zone of an applejack tree by more than 10%.
Yes.
The same protection hasn't been afforded to other species along the road. And that is why the deemed losses in respect of those other trees are as documented within Table 1. So
Thank you. No, that's clear.
for that part that travels through the National Park, 145 large trees. That part through the Forest Park, 71 large trees.
Yes.
But again, that's a deemed effect by virtue of encroaching within 10% of the tree protection zone.
Thank you. And in the EES itself, so in chapter, won't tell you which chapter, flora and fauna assessment, where it does talk about avoidance, it still is taking into consideration the tree protection zone impacts. So it might say avoid impacts, or impacts are avoided, but it's within the definition.
Yes. That's correct.
Thank you.
What we next do at paragraph 19 is reference the Beyond Electrical Engineering report that you were taken through a moment ago. And we've explained that having regard to the first scenario that was analysed, that it is feasible to deliver the swerved alignment in the way that's described. And for that reason, we say that really that alignment should be considered, and the losses associated with it should be considered a worst case scenario. Now, what we note at paragraph 21 is that Biosis has confirmed that offsets are available for the full quantum of losses for the Biosis alignment with associated assumed losses. So even if all of the deemed losses were to eventuate, what the Biosis report confirms is that offsets are available for that amount. And that being the case in our submission, the IAC can proceed on the basis that offsets are available, even in this, what we say, is an unrealistic worst case scenario. What is the likely extent of loss? I think that's really the most important question, and that's what we address under the next heading, or the next part of the submission. And what we note first is that while the Biosis alignment and associated assumed losses represent the worst case, in our submission it's not a realistic scenario. And it was for that reason that the proponent engaged Mr. Galbraith to undertake additional work to better define or articulate what the actual likely extent of losses would be as a consequence of introducing the infrastructure. That is, as opposed to simply relying upon the deemed extent of losses, that is the incursion within 10%. And in our submission, it's important because it has the potential to lead both to reduced losses for the purposes of assessing the project, but also important in respect of providing or calculating offsets and to better determine the construction efficiency. Now, what we note is that the assessment handbook does provide for the displacement of the assumption of loss of trees within a greater than 10% tree protection zone impact on the advice of an arborist. And what that was evident from the passage I took you to a moment ago. What the relevant Australian standard goes on to identify are the factors that one will take into account in determining whether an encroachment greater than 10% is likely to give rise to an impact on a particular tree. And you can see that at 3.3.4 of the extract, there's a whole series of considerations that one would probably take into account. The key point that we stress here is that for present purposes, there is already a major encroachment within the tree protection zones of all of the trees that run along the side of Boiler Swamp Road. That encroachment, of course, is the road itself. So this isn't a scenario where one is coming along proposing to introduce infrastructure adjacent to a tree that is otherwise undisturbed. Instead, it is a scenario where we are coming along proposing to introduce infrastructure within an area that is already highly disturbed by virtue of the existence of the road. And it's for that reason that we engage Mr. Galbraith to appear and give evidence to you as to, well, what is the effect of the road, the existing encroachment, on the likely dispersal of roots within that part of the tree protection zone that would be at issue by the introduction of this infrastructure. And as the committee will no doubt recognise, the evidence is that the degree of compaction of the road itself would be a major limiter or a major inhibition on the growth of roots beneath that area, such that the insertion of further infrastructure within that same area is unlikely to give rise to loss at anywhere near the extent that has been assumed by virtue of the application of the deeming provision within the handbook. That's really the key point that we're trying to advance this afternoon. And we've described that in broad terms at paragraph 25. That is, we'll hear from Mr Galbraith in a moment about his inspection of trees in the vicinity of Boiler Swamp Road and his conclusion, which draws on multiple streams of analysis, that it is in fact unlikely that the roots of the trees along the road, even for the largest trees closest to the road, would extend to within 1.5 metres of either side of the centre of the road. That 1.5 dimension, of course, being 3 metres, if you like, the area that was, or the width identified as being necessary to accommodate the relevant trenching and infrastructure components. Now, that being the case, were the infrastructure to be delivered closer to the centre of the road, the actual losses of native vegetation are therefore likely to be much lower than those that were assumed, even with a trenching alignment that goes straight down the middle of the road and doesn't seek to weave in the way that's described within the EES. Now, what Mr Galbraith will come to explain is that he recommends that certain testing be undertaken to confirm his expectation about the extent of tree root growth beneath the road. And what we have done, and Ms Guild will come in a moment to explain, is propose a process within the Day 1 EPRs that would ensure that that testing be undertaken prior to the determination of the final alignment of the road. That is, what we think that there would be real benefit in a regime being established that would ensure that the relevant testing is undertaken so that a more informed decision can be made about the ultimate alignment of the transmission network beneath Boiler Swamp Road. We think that the trenching option is likely to be highly conservative and ultimately inefficient, and that it may well be the case that for all, if not large parts of the alignment, a more direct alignment toward the middle of the road would be a preferable option that would have no impact or lesser impact on not just applejack trees, but the other trees adjacent to the road. And we'll come to that Day 1 EPR in a moment. At paragraph 27, we note that two of Mr Galbraith's more detailed recommendations about how the testing might be undertaken haven't been explicitly captured in the text of the mitigation measures. There's a recommendation that Mr Galbraith makes about initial route investigations at a distance of 1.5 metres from the centre line of the road, adjacent to essentially the largest of the trees along Boiler Swamp Road within the forest section. And that further sampling, if required, should similarly be based on a sampling approach. We haven't specified that as a particular requirement within the mitigation measure because in our submission it's appropriate that the relevant regime of testing be one that's developed over time in consultation with the department. We note over the page that Mr Galbraith also recommended that the test should be whether there are significant roots, being roots whose size and number are such that it is deemed by an appropriate qualified and experienced arborist that their loss would lead to a substantial decline in ongoing health. And again, the precise way one would formulate an appropriate testing regime should in our submission be developed over time and need not be set out in that detail within the mitigation measure. But again, that might be a matter that the committee would like to consider. We don't have any issue with the substance of the recommendation. It's really a question of how one would draft an EPR. And so ultimately, it will be our submission that Mr Galbraith's recommended sampling approach, which can be contrasted with an approach of investigate every tree is really the preferable approach, and that Mr. Galbraith's recommended substantial roots approach it should also be endorsed, which can be contrasted with an approach of there being no tolerance for any impact on any roots at all. So it's for that reason that we've reformulated the Day 1 EPRs to require the preparation of a report that is informed by suitable testing to the satisfaction of DECA in respect of the testing regime to be applied to determine the appropriate alignment ultimately along Boiler Swamp Road. At paragraph 29, we set a series of findings and recommendations that we asked the IAC to make, and I'll return to those perhaps after hearing the evidence. So the only thing I wanted to emphasise is that our evidence to you on this topic is really a two-step process. The first step is to make good this proposition that the extent of assumed loss along Boiler Swamp Road is a highly conservative estimate, a worst-case estimate of loss, which has been informed by application of the deeming provisions. But because of the extent of the incursion that already exists within the tree protection zones of those trees, the actual extent of impact is likely to be far lower. And that's really the issue that we've asked Mr. Galbraith to investigate it at its highest level. So I'm going to hand over to Ms. Guild now, who's just going to walk through the Day 1 change and identify the change to the EPR, and then we'll call Mr. Galbraith.
Thank you. The native vegetation mitigation measures are part of the biodiversity mitigation measures. BDO1 is a very standard native vegetation plan that sets out the vegetation to be removed, the vegetation to be retained. And BDO2 is a standard requirement for the provision of offsets, which is confirmed separately in the incorporated document. If we go down to BD07, that deals specifically with Boiler Swamp Road, and this is the main area where changes have been made in the Day 1 EMF, and there are some consequential changes. But as Mr. Chessel has foreshadowed, this mitigation measure requires the preparation of a report to the satisfaction of DECA, addressing the precise alignment of the transmission line, the proposed construction methodologies informed by the constructability assessment and further work that Mr. Wright has taken you through, and the results of route investigations. And then the route investigations to inform the alignment will be based on sampling at the edges of the proposed construction corridor in the proximity of representative trees beside Boiler Swamp Road. It may utilise the 3D radar, hydro trenching or another method, and the proposed route investigation program must be approved by DECA prior to commencement. And then following finalisation of the report, the native vegetation report in BDO1 and the offsets, and there's a typo there, that should be a reference to BDO2, will be recalculated. And the questions from Parks Victoria to Mr. Galbraith raised the question of that this doesn't align precisely with the recommendations of Mr. Galbraith. And there are a couple of reasons for that, and one being that generally a mitigation measure is not doesn't go to the nth degree of precision in what it requires because things change. But the real issue is that if investigations are done of the largest trees, the 10 largest trees are selected, as Mr. Galbraith suggests, and investigated, and there are no significant roots, excellent. Straight down the middle it is, and there's nothing further to be done. The difficulty is if there is one or two significant roots found as part of that testing regime, then what do you do? What further sampling has to be done? And rather than try and set out a hierarchy of options in a mitigation measure, we said, well, let's just do a report. The more detailed report can step through the scenarios that might occur or can require going back to DECA if it might be a simple report to start off with that says if you get no roots from the 10 trees, then you go ahead. If you get If you get some significant roots from testing those 10 trees, then come back. It might be more prescriptive than that. But that's what we wanted to capture with that more general report requirement, all to the satisfaction of DECA. So there'll be plenty of input opportunity. The second thing that this mitigation measure does that probably goes beyond really the scope of what Mr Galbraith was looking at is that the applejacks have been would all be avoided by the weaving and drilling that's proposed in the biosis alignment. There are 200 other trees that are currently impacted, and one of the things that is hoped to be achieved by the root investigations is establishing whether those trees can be avoided and investigating those roots as well. And so Mr Galbraith's recommendation is quite focused on applejacks, consistent with his instructions, but ultimately there's a desire to not only avoid impacts on applejack, but to avoid impacts on other trees as well. And so that's why this more general mitigation measure has been proposed. It's intended to capture everything that Mr Galbraith has proposed, but also cover the great unknown beyond what he has proposed. So I've already referred to the facts. We've got BDO 1 with the vegetation plan, BDO 2 with offsets. BDO 2 has been updated in the day 1 version. It had a kind of generalised paragraph about the assumed losses, and we've dealt with the assumed losses getting dealt with differently through BDO 7. So we've taken out that paragraph that dealt with those assumed losses. And then BDO 3 deals with the assessment of tree health along Boiler Swamp Road, and that effectively says you can go and have a look, go and do a survey of tree health before construction and then go back after construction and see how many trees actually died. And if not as many trees died as we assumed would die, you can get some of your offset back. And the change that's been made to BDO 3 is just to recognise that if the roots aren't there, if it's confirmed that the roots aren't there, then that may not actually be something that's a sensible thing to do. So it becomes an optional step. BDO 4 has had some text, which is about tree protection zones. That text has been removed and relocated into BDO 7. BDO 6 and BDO 5 are just standard tree pruning, weed and pest control. BDO 8 is pre-clearance surveys, and BDO 9 is rehabilitation of temporary disturbance areas. BD 10 is flora and fauna management, and then we transition, starting with BD 10, into the more specific flora fauna management points, which we'll come to in our next sitting week.
Ms Gill, just one question for you. The BDO 4, where you've said the text has been relocated to BDO 7, is that referring to the Australian standard specifically? Because I can see there's some content that isn't moved.
No, sorry, you're correct. I was thinking that had been relocated, but it is, I was thinking of the requirement in there that any drilling is undertaken in accordance with. I was thinking of this, but you're right. It doesn't say that there will be drilling under the applejacks, because that will be determined by the report that's prepared under BDO 7, whether or not drilling is required.
Thank you. Great. So given the time, it's probably good if we break for 15 minutes. Does that work with where we're at?
We'll call Mr Galbraith straight after that.
Thank you. Just actually before we do rise, Member Kirsch asked earlier about the columns to the right and any changes associated with that. You may not be able to advise now whether there are any changes resulting from those amendments to the mitigation measures themselves, but I'll just flag that that's something I'd be interested to get some advice on whether you're proposing, particularly where you're introducing that further work that may be through the design phase. So I'll just note that as something to consider that you may be able to respond to today, and if not, that's fine. Thank you.
Yes. So, yes, thank you, Member Kendall. We certainly, to the extent that we're introducing some new mitigation measures that are explicitly pre-construction requirements, we'll be addressing those to that phase. And as part of that rearrangement of where the obligations lie, we'll certainly review all of those timings. We would propose to do it as part of the day 2 documents, unless the committee would like to see them earlier.
I think that's fine. We'll come back to you if we have a different view, but assume that that's fine at this stage. Thank you. We'll come back at 3:30, so just under 15 minutes, just to keep things moving this afternoon. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you. That interfering noise-wise. The heat, yeah. Thank you. Happy to get started.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Mr. Galbraith, can we start with your full name? And your occupation and employer?
On
And what's your work address, Mr. Galbraith?
40 Glendon Road, Camberwell.
And Mr. Galbraith, you have prepared for this matter a witness statement dated 11 May 2025, which is document 65.
That's correct.
And you've also prepared an addendum to that report dealing with the results of some dynamic cone penetration testing dated 20 May.
That's correct.
And that's document 146. Now, your original statement sets out your instructions from page 13.
Correct.
And you've included a summary of your qualifications from on page 12.
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to correct or clarify in either of your statements?
No.
Are the facts stated true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
And the opinions honestly held?
Yes.
And you adopt those statements as your evidence?
Yes.
I'll ask you to take us through your evidence. Mr. Wright is available to share the screen to show photographs or any other images that you wish to refer to. And we will come to any outstanding matters and some questions from Parks Victoria and the department at the conclusion of that.
Well, I guess a few words of the actual vegetation itself, and within the Cobberbooney National Park and State Forest that the transmission lines proposed to go through. It's eucalypt-dominated sclerophyll forest. There are 5 species of eucalypt. The most common being messmate, which I think is about 40% of the trees there that were assessed by biosis, i.e. the trees within 15 metres of either side of the road. About 40% of them were messmate, and they're quite a good timber species. The other quite common species was the western peppermint. About 27% of the individuals assessed with those. And there was the apple, I think the swamp, I can't remember the percentages of the others. Swamp gums you'll find in the sort of the lower lying areas where the drainage is fairly poor. You get the applejack and the rough bark manigum making up the other 2. The applejacks, which are classed as critically endangered, there's actually about 20% of the trees picked up in that assessment were applejacks. So, dominant height's about 15 to 25 metres. The area's been well logged in the past. Just a rudimentary walk through sort of any part of the forest, you'll find old stumps. You'll find a lot of old decomposing stumps where they've been sawn off near ground level. I sort of got the impression that there were 2 main age classes. There's a wide variety of ages of trees within the forest, but there's a particular section of trees adjacent to a cutting, which is about 2.5 kilometres to the east of Fishhook Road. So it's between Fishhook Road and Cutout Dam Road, and they've had to make a cutting. There's a fairly steep section of road, and when one looks at the face of the cutting, there's no evidence of any root loss. So what I'm suggesting there, even though that there are trees quite close to the face of the cutting, I'd be suggesting that those trees germinated after the construction of that cutting, or they were very young when the cutting was made, because there's no evidence of any any root loss. And those trees, in my opinion, they're probably about 50 or 60 years of age. So it would seem to me that the road in its current form must be at least round about that age, or at least that age. So that's there are other sort of smaller species. Blackwood is the relatively common wattle, but that's much smaller. So the issue is what is the likely impact of trenching beneath the road, because that's what's proposed, to put the transmission line. It's proposed to trench under the road. Just as part of basic tree biology, the roots, which of course have several functions, they're there to absorb water, they're there to absorb elements, and they're there to provide anchorage and stability for the tree. Now, typically, they spread out laterally close to the surface. The sort of notion that there's a carrot-like taproot going down the depth of the height of the tree is not what occurs. They spread out laterally and divide into smaller and smaller roots, and it's the fine roots which do most of the absorption, and also the fungal associations with them called mycorrhizae, which are almost always present in the forest situation. Now, so when you go and compact the soil, even if it's in the top 40 centimetres or so, the great majority of the roots are going to be adversely impacted. When I say compact soil, it consists of particles. They could be clay particles, which are minute, up to sand particles, which are up to typically between 0.2 of a mil and 2 mil. But anyway, when they're compacted together, essentially the roots don't have the power to be able to penetrate. So they've evolved in a very smart way over hundreds of millions of years, where they spread out laterally close to the surface. There's plenty of oxygen. The roots breathe oxygen in order to be able to function, to carry out those functions of root absorption. So close to the surface is where the oxygen is. And they will then can put their finer roots down vertically through vertical fissures in the soil, and will pick up moisture at depth. So the bottom line is, if they come to compacted soil, the roots, depending on the degree of compaction, of course, but the roots have difficulty penetrating it, and also it's a very energy involving process to be able to push roots through highly compacted soil. So the roots aren't going to do it. They're opportunistic. They'll go wherever conditions are good for root growth. It's probably fairly good if I take the panel to just a few photos I took of upturned trees, upturned root plates. And this is typical. You go into virtually any forest within Australia, or even just in the suburban areas. So that's from page 27 onwards. Mr. Wright might be able.
Could I ask you if we're able to screen share? Thank you.
So I think that pages 27 and 28, anybody who walks through Boiler Swamp Road will see these. They're not uncommon. You'll see that there's no taproot. The roots spread out laterally, and You'll also see, whenever you're looking at these root plates, that the biggest roots are those very close to the surface. So they're the ones which are spreading out where soil conditions are optimal for their growth. And typically also, which is not that well picked here, but there's a zone of generally a zone of rapid root taper within 2 to 3 metres of the trunks, and that zone is important for the anchorage of the tree. And then beyond that, the roots aren't so important for anchorage. They're more for exploiting moisture and nutrients from the surrounding soil. Where you have got some of the roots which go down to a depth of 1 metre or so, again, they're the ones which are following fissures downwards. So they start off as fine roots, and they can then expand a bit against these fissures, and they're important in the anchorage of the tree. But generally, once you get out more than 2 or 3 metres from these mature trees, you won't get thick vertical droppers like what you're seeing beneath the root plate. So those ones you see beneath the root plate are fairly important for anchorage, but you tend not to see them 2 to 3 metres out from the trunk. So I guess so that's one big factor why I see the road as an impediment to root growth beneath. The other factor why I suspect there'll be insignificant root growth beneath the road is the fact that initially a bulldozer would have gone through the root of that road and scraped all the topsoil and the great bulk of the roots with it, and that would go down to the very likely the depth of the existing swale drain. So perhaps if we go back to page 15, Mr. Wright. '15 and onwards, 16. What you'll see is you've got the road, you've got the compacted sort of carriageway, then you have the road shoulder, which is typically about 1 metre wide, which is slopes down relatively steeply to swale drain. And then on the other side of the swale drain, you've got a graded area, which I guess is what you'd call the road reserve, and they clear. They probably go through that annually and keep it clear of vegetation that acts as a fire break and helps us in visibility, I'd assume, while they do that. But what you will see is that the road surface, or actually, first of all, if you look at the bases of the trees, the bases of the trees will be typically substantially higher than the swale drain, and they'll also most of the time be higher than the actual surface of the road. So I can't be sure, absolutely sure, because I haven't done any, borehole testing, but typically what happens is that they, after the dozer has gone through and pushed all the topsoil out, they lay layers of clay sort of fill and run up and down it with a roller and just put it on in layers. And so it's quite compact. So I just suggest that's the second pretty valid reason why I don't expect to find a lot of root growth. If we go to page towards the page 29, I think it is. Page 30. Page 30. Pages 30 and 31, I put in an example of hydro trenching. You can see on page 30 there's a truck there. It's a vacuum truck, and it's also forces out compressed water. So you have has two functions. You can blast the trench that you see there in those photos via compressed water. That will push all the soil particles away and leave the roots intact. And the vacuum pump is there to suck up the slurry back into the truck. But you can see then what impact any trenching would have, because you'll still see the roots intact. So it's a very efficient, non-root destructive method of seeing exactly what root loss will happen if you go ahead and do the trenching. This particular example was in Ferrier Road, New Gisborne, and the root development there was pretty negligible. There was, on page 32, the only root was a 45 millimetre thick root, 4.5 centimetres. The loss of that sort of root's not going to have any impact on the health, longevity of the tree. And I'd suspect that the reason for the lack of significant root growth so close to the trunks will again be tied up with the initial road formation, scraping off of the topsoil, and the compaction of that road shoulder where the trenching was done. I think another observation which is pretty important to take into account is existing root damage which has been inflicted to the trees. Now, along the edge of the road, there's some quite large trees relatively close, just virtually to the edge of the regularly graded road reserve. And I'd suggest the only reason why those trees are still there is that logging contractors generations ago weren't interested in them because of they were defective for as mill logs. They wouldn't get any decent mill logs due to massive branches relatively low down, or existing decay, spiral grain, this sort of thing. So that's why I'd suggest they're still there. But during the grading operation, you can see where massive buttress roots have been impacted by the grader, all actually pushed and ripped out. So if we go to where we start, I think page 18 might be the first one. Yeah, so page 18, large messmate. You can see it sits close to the road. You can see that any, based on this tree protection zone calculation that the Australian standard uses as a guideline, any trenching within the road would be well within 12 times the trunk diameter of that tree. We're measured at 1.4 metres above ground. So that's on the top page of 18, top of the page 18. The lower photo shows you where there's been a massive buttress root has been ripped out many years ago, possibly even as long ago when the road was originally constructed. So in that red sort of circular area, you can see the very rotted remains of what was the torn out root. And then subsequently, many years later, that's been hit again with the grader. So you can see where that blue arrow is pointing. There's freshly killed wood with no bark on it, and also just above the circle, you can see the same again. So that's been hit twice. But if you look at the crown of the tree at the top of page 18, there's nothing wrong with it. The tree's healthy. So that's a mess, mate. Just because a tree loses roots doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to impact on or have any significant impact on the longevity. If we go to page 22, this is one of the larger apple jacks closer to the road, 500 metres south of. Shouldn't be south. It's either east or west. I think that should read. Well, I can't remember anyway. It's 500 metres from T&W Road. Again, a massive buttress root was ripped out of that, presumably during road formation. The tree has reacted by putting on. If you look at in the top region of the red circle, you'll see all this, what's called wound wood. It's actually bulbous wood, which has been laid down by the tree, covering up the wound. So what happens is you get this callus tissue forming immediately after the wound, at the edge of the wound. That slowly differentiates into wood and bark. And then the next year you get more callus tissue developing, and that differentiates into wood and bark, and it slowly envelops the old wound. But anyways, the bottom line is, if you look at the top of page 22, healthy looking applejack. You look at the bottom, I can confidently say that root was close to 20 centimetre diameter, 200 mil, that was lost, and the trees cope very well with it.
Gilda, I'm just conscious of the time, and we're getting close to half an hour with evidence in chief, which is interesting, Mr. Galbraith, but I'm conscious of just trying to stay focused on and moving towards cross-examination as quickly as we can. So I'll just ask
Mr. Galbraith,
thank you.
Following through in your report, I think you've probably covered most of the points around your assessment of the road. If you could perhaps move on to covering your recommendations your recommendations in relation to what next in terms of investigating the tree roots under the road.
Right. Well, first things first, is I'm recommending using ground penetrating radar along, say, 10-metre lengths opposite the biggest trees, the largest trees closest to the road, essentially, the ones which would have the greatest TPZ impact from having a trench dug at 1.5 metres from the road centre. Now, the ground penetrating radar, it's relatively cheap and quick to do, but it has a drawback in that when it detects roots, you can't tell whether they're a centimetre thick or 10 centimetres thick. So you might see 2 or 3 roots that it's picked up, and you can't really make a call whether, if those roots are lost, whether that's going to be harmful to the tree or not, because they could be big roots up to 10 centimetres. So what I'm suggesting, but what it does seem to be good at is, if it's not detecting any roots, then one can be confident that there aren't any roots. So what I'm suggesting is you undertake that first, opposite the sample of the biggest trees closest to the road. If there are no routes picked up, then I just don't see any reason why you can't just go down the middle of the road with and do the trenching as been outlined, and still be concerned about the impact to the adjacent trees. And we could tighten that. That could even be tightened up further by having the combination of ground penetrating radar and hydro trenching immediately afterwards on 2 or 3 trees and see whether the radar has accurately picked up the location and the depth of the roots. However, if roots are found by the ground penetrating radar, then I'd suggest that we do the hydro trenching and then we see what size roots are taken are found as a result of it, because that's just a harmless way of testing. And as a rule of thumb, if there were, say, 3 roots intercepted around about 60 mil diameter, I wouldn't have an issue with the loss of those. If there was perhaps an 11 centimetre thick root, I'd say that's around about the threshold. Anything larger than that, I'd be suggesting no, don't cut it, because there is a risk of the tree going into decline. Highly unlikely you'd kill the tree, but there is a risk of the tree going into irreversible decline, where you get thinning of the upper canopy and eventual, dieback to some extent. So and then if one or more of these sample of 10 to 12 trees, of the biggest trees, is found to have significant root development beneath the road at 1.5 metre from the trunk centre, from the road centre, then I'd recommend that ground penetrating radar be undertaken opposite all the applejack trees, which have greater than 10% of their TPZs encroached upon by a trench at 1.5 metre from the centre. If no roots are detected of those applejacks by the ground penetrating radar, well, I would have thought that's fine to do your trenching at 1.5 metre from the road centre. If roots are detected, then you either move the trench outside of the TPZ, which could obviously means moving towards the other side of the road. So the trench on the other side of the road goes closer to the trees on the other side of the road, if there are trees nearby. And they're put at risk because that trench will have to go through the road shoulder or even beneath the swale drain, where you'd expect root accumulation to be. So I don't like the swerving idea. So the swerving away from the applejacks you do if there aren't any
questions. I was going to ask you, does it make any difference to your assessment and your conclusions and recommendations whether the 3 trenches for the transmission line are installed one at a time or at the same time?
No, it makes no difference.
Okay. And then the second question arising out of those 3 questions, have you prepared your evidence on the basis that trenching will occur within a 3-metre corridor down the middle of the road?
Yes.
Now, the fourth question here, I've just highlighted the actual question part. If routes are located within the proposed route, the proposed alignment that's being taken, is it correct that you would only know whether those routes were there once you hit them?
If you haven't gone through those recommendations, and there were significant routes there, and you haven't tested for it, and sure, using that integrated trenching machine, you wouldn't know about it. You'd cut through them.
Yep.
You wouldn't see them.
And in terms of question 5, is it within your expertise to comment on whether or not the equipment being used would be able to swerve once, be able to see a route and swerve around it?
No, it won't.
In terms of question 6, there's some images and some discussion about what's been done, but it really comes down to what is the basis of the 1.5 metres from either side of the centre of the road that you've referred to in your report? On what basis have you used that?
Well, the 3 trenches necessary for the 3 cables, they're 2.9 metres apart, or between 2.9 metres and 3 metres apart. Express this better. The outer edges are 2.9 to 3 metres apart. So if you go down the centre of if the integrated trenching machine was to go down the centre of the road, then the edges of the trenches closest to the edge would be 1.5 metre maximum from the centre of the road.
Thank you. And then in terms of question 7, when should the trench? I'm going to paraphrase this to a simpler question. When should the trenching alignment be decided, before or during trenching?
Oh, it's got to be worked out, via all this testing procedure.
And then in question 8.8, I think I've just highlighted the actual question. Is it correct that the development of any immature trees adjacent to the road would be unaffected?
Yeah, well, when one looks, there aren't any immature tree. All the immature trees, they're beyond the road reserve where it's been graded. So once you get down to the swale drain, up the road shoulder, and into 1.5 metres from the trunk centre, they're just not impacted. And their tree protection zones, of course, are going to be much smaller than these large trees that I'm talking about, which are adjacent to the road reserve. Hence, that's why I'm talking about using the large old trees, because they're the ones with much bigger tree protection zones and much more likely to have established, big, long roots under the road.
In terms of question 9, do you accept that dynamic cone penetration is a less reliable methodology for route investigations than GPR and hydro trenching?
Yes.
And then I think we've covered 10, which relates to the comparison between the 2 Boiler Swamp Road mitigation measures. And I think we've covered 12, and we've covered 13. And I think we've covered 14 and 15. So that is the evidence in chief from Mr. Galbraith.
Thank you. And the cross-examination. Oh, did you have a question? Yes, thank you, Mr. Tobin. I'll hand you to Mr. Tobin. Thank you, Mr. Galbraith.
Afternoon, Mr. Galbraith. My name's Mr. Tobin. I'm a lawyer acting on behalf of DECA and Parks Victoria in this matter. It may be a question, I just don't want to miss the opportunity while you're here. It may be a question that's better put to others appearing the week after next. But in the proponents, submissions on this topic, have you read those on the native vegetation topic?
Yeah, I've read, you mean the biosis reports and so forth?
Oh, no, there's some submissions that were presented earlier today. Have you had an opportunity to read those?
No, well, possibly.
Okay.
Not quite.
Well, what they refer to is that concept of deemed loss, unless an arborist report says otherwise.
Yep.
Now, are you able to provide me with clarification about whether an arborist report on this topic would be an arborist assessment of a tree-by-tree assessment, or is it a more global assessment, such as the sampling exercise, which you're in effect advancing as a preliminary test to work out where roots are in respect of this road?
Yeah, there's a series of sampling to be done, and depending on the outcome of the sampling, then it's then it will be either a tree by tree issue for the Applejacks, who's affected by more than a 10% TPZ encroachment.
Yeah.
And then you decide there whether you simply just say, all right, bore under them, or depending on what's on the other side of the road, well, you better weave outside the 10% encroachment mark. So it's the outcome, so essentially what I'm saying is that it's unlikely that you're going to have any significant impact on the longevity of any of the trees via the proposed trenching by this integrated machine, so long as you're, limiting it to 1.5 metre from the centre of the road. But there's a series of checks and balances there as put into place as a result of these testing.
We might be at cross purposes. I'm just going to pop something up on the screen for you, Mr. Galbraith. This is the proponents' submissions from earlier this afternoon. It's a convenient place to look at this text. I'll make it a little bit larger for you, sir.
Thanks.
So this is that part of the native vegetation framework which goes to deemed loss. And are you familiar with that document, or is this a document that you don't regularly deal with?
No, I don't regularly deal with, and I heard it being read out by Mr. Chessel this afternoon.
It might be, the quick way home might be to say, are you not? You're not really expert in its application.
No.
Okay. Well, we can cross that off the list, and we'll ask Mr. Organ and Mr. Gibson in a week. Now, if the only other matter that I wanted to ask you about was, you've given some evidence about the trenching, and I think you were here earlier on when Mr. Wright was going through other structures that might be within the road formation, the 8 by approximately 3 metre concrete box that might be required at certain places along.
Sure.
Do you recall that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And did you see the images up on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to ask you whether that changed your evidence in any way, or is your evidence in respect of those parts of the road where the box is any different to your evidence in respect of the trenching?
Well, my understanding is that the boxes were going to be at intervals along the actual roots of the cables. So assuming that you're putting the cables down the middle, as I'm advocating, as long as they're not, encroaching wider than that, they're not more than 3 metre wide, which is my understanding they're not, then I can't see, again, there's an impact. And if for whatever reason the only reason would be if you're using HDD to insert the cables, and a reason being you've decided that you do that to avoid roots from an applejack, and then you would have put that box right opposite the applejack, then that could be problematic.
Okay, I won't pressure on those matters because I think they're more construction related in that respect. If it were, can I just put this to you in a more open way? If it were the case that that element of the transmission line were wider than 3 metres, so say 3.2 metres with there's a part that goes up to the edge, does that make any difference to your evidence?
Yeah, well, you would ideally hope to have there's a bit of flexibility as to where they are on the route. So, for example, if you're if they were to choose a spot in between two Applejacks, decent sized ones, I'd be saying, can you move it further away where there aren't any trees? I mean, when you go along Boiler Swamp Road, there's the bulk of these areas, there aren't trees, or they're small, or they're a long way away. So that would be very simple to move it a bit to keep outside of these TPZs of the Applejacks.
Yep. And the last question we ask is, with your preliminary testing, be that through the ground penetrating radar and taking a sample of that ground penetrating radar over, I think you say 10 to 12 trees, and then if necessary following that up with hydro trenching.
Correct.
Or whatever regime is adopted, because it might be different to that in the event. Can you just provide your response on whether that number of trees is an adequate number or a conservative number from which assumptions can be made about root penetration across the course of this unsealed road?
Yeah, well, look, certainly that's my feeling, because you're picking out the largest trees closest to the road with the greatest TPZ encroachment. So if you're not getting significant root development found where you're proposing to do the trenching opposite any of them, then that to me is very good evidence. But I've been fairly conservative and said if there's one exception, then we go further.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. They're all my questions.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Turner, over to you for, I think you were expecting to have a few questions. Is that correct?
Thank you. I would like to ask a few questions.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith, for your evidence. Submitter 212. My name's George Turner. I was interested in the scheme that you presented of a 3 metre wide corridor with 3 trenches running down the middle of the road. Is that recommendation for the entire length of the sections would be trenched, or is it a combination of just swerving around the larger applejack trees and then the trench would go back onto the edge of the road?
Well, it's not a recommendation to do it for the entire length of the road. It's a recommendation to do it if we find there's no roots of significance which are found by either the ground penetrating radar or the hydro trenching of a sample of these biggest trees closest to the road. If there's no roots of significance found opposite those, then I'd say yes, you'll be fine to do that. But secondly, there's going to be HDD done anyway in the lower lying areas, is my understanding. In fact, I think you might want to look at the report later. There is a photo where I've shown two applejack trees roughly opposite to each other. Now, it's actually on page 19 of my statement, but in reality, they're going to be bored under there anyway, because you're quite they're just uphill from a drainage line. So there is going to be HDD in the lower parts, under the drainage lines, and a fair way each side of those drainage lines.
Thank you. You address in your submission and in the presentation today that the tree root systems are opportunistic to look for resources, and mention that the swale drain is one of those locations along the edge of the road. How long have the trees been adapting to that situation? Have you done any research that identifies the age of the road and when it was construction and when that bulldozing that was done? And how many trees have grown back since that time?
Yeah, well, when you, do you know where that cutting is I was talking about, which is about 2.5 kilometres to the east of Fishhook Road? Anyway, if you look at that cutting, you'll see the soil profile where you've got about 1 metre of soil, or even less actually, and then you've got the basalt boulders beneath it, but you won't find any cut roots there. And those trees are around about 50 to 60 years old. They're not the big old ones that you see close to the road. So I would have thought that the road as we currently see it is probably wouldn't be much older than those trees. It's likely there was a bit of disturbance there when the road was put in. But look, I did actually put the question early in the piece to, it might have been to Minter Ellison about, the age of the road, and then, that was asked of Parks, or council or someone, but they didn't know. But the thing is, the road is has possibly been there 150 years or, whatever. But as we see it, I reckon it's the modern sort of version of it's probably not much more than 60 years of age.
Very good, thank you. By moving the scheme to the centre of the road, you also have to move over the access or the construction equipment.
Yeah,
we've heard about bringing in cable drums, concrete pits, slurries for conduits, and directional drilling equipment. That new access will be on the other swale drain and introduce a high level of compaction. Will that impact the root systems underneath that swale drain?
Well,
Member Kendall, the question is being put on a basis about the construction methodology that is incorrect in terms of the construction equipment will come down the road to where it needs to come to, and then that's where the construction will be happening. So with the construction in the centre, in the central 3 metres of the road, there won't be a construction bypass provided, which is why, as Mr Chessel explained, there will be restrictions on access along Boiler Swamp Road, which will have to be managed with the transport management plan. So there won't be a moving off to the side of that construction bypass because there won't be one.
How will the equipment doing the construction get to the trenching operation?
It can drive down the middle of the road until it gets there.
Not while the trench is open.
It can drive from the other side.
Thermal sand will need to be placed in the open trench. It will need to get past the trencher. So
we might keep focused on questions.
It's a very specific. It's a question that's well beyond Mr. Galbraith's expertise or instructions. But perhaps it's a question for Ms. Dunstan in relation to how there'll be access to the site, but there won't be a moving across of the bypass.
I feel there's been quite a significant change in the construction scheme and the work layout, and it would be helpful if that could be outlined in the drawings or the drawings updated.
So, Mr. Turner, we might just keep going in relation to the questions that you have for Mr. Galbraith. I did hear what you just said, though. If there is a specific question that you're seeking an answer from around the proposal as it's currently intended to proceed by the proponent, please come back to us on that perhaps in the morning or at our next hearing day in preliminary matters. But we'll keep focused on the questions for Mr. Galbraith for now.
For our part, I'll just make clear, we're certainly not being critical of Mr. Turner, and we'll explain how it is you don't need to move the access way to the side. So we'll come back to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your evidence, you list the number of trees deemed to be impacted with a greater impact than 10% of the TPZ. I've calculated that to be 506 by adding up the trees that you've listed. In the native veg removal summary in Appendix Z, there's 216 trees listed. What's the reason for the difference between those two estimates?
So you're saying you've what I've mentioned in the statement of evidence is where there's been massive root loss caused presumably by the grader, where he's gone through keeping the road reserves clear of vegetation, or indeed at the time of when this road was initially constructed, when the bulldozer went through, scraping all the topsoil off and in places the major buttress roots with it. So that's what I said in the statement of evidence.
So would it be possible to bring up page 4 of the evidence? Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a summary at the bottom there of the biosis work. So it is further up. It was at the bottom of the screen when it was presented. According to biosis, 83 have assessed 526 Western peppermint, and it goes on, it mentions the messmate. I think that's back to front 312 of 114. I've swapped that around, 114 of 312 swamp gums.
Look, I've got page 77 of the biosis report here. If you like, I can.
Yeah. So then I've compared that 506 by adding up those numbers to the material presented in Appendix Z, which is the vegetation removal summary. And I think Mr. Chester addressed us earlier and mentioned 226 trees. So I was just interested in the difference between the evidence.
Okay, 6 major encroachment. According to the biosis report, there are 424 trees.
Yeah.
And
but adding up those numbers, I got 506.
Okay, well, look at...
would it be possible to bring up Appendix Z, the native vegetation removal reports at the back of the planning consent application or the draft application?
That's the national parks application.
That's correct, yeah. We're in the national park here with this evidence. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Try and do that.
Do you have a page number, Mr. Turner, please?
$235, I think it might be. Number of large trees to be removed.
Large trees, okay.
216.
All right. Well, look, what I was going off was pages 77 and 78 from the the flora and fauna report by Biosis, and they're not dividing it into large trees or medium trees or anything. They're just it's a total. They're just saying which trees had greater than 10% encroachment.
Right.
And they came to total of 424.
Maybe a question on those, what that deviation is between a large tree and the trees that you've identified.
We'll take that
Member
one
Kendall,
on that.
It's a question for, there is an answer to that question, which either of the ecology experts will be able to deal with. It's the methodology that's used for calculating losses under the native vegetation framework. So we'll make sure that that's addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Galbraith, just a couple of questions from the committee. Firstly, in relation to the mitigation measure BD04, the day one version proposes to remove the requirement to avoid potential impacts on roots of applejack. And my question for you is whether removing that specific requirement with the redrafted mitigation measure is appropriate. And I'm going to just read to you a couple of sentences out of the EES that I think are relevant. So Chapter 7 of the EES says, in accordance with the Australian standards that we've been talking about, directional drilling at a depth of 600 millimetres or greater is an appropriate technique to avoid impacts on roots within the tree protection zones of applejack trees. It is therefore likely roots will be avoided if directional drilling at up to 600 millimetres or greater is maintained, and it cross-references mitigation measure BD04. But the revised version that the proponent has prepared doesn't actually make that explicit in relation to applejack. So my question for you is, if you're in a position to understand the ecology experts may also have a view on this, but whether it's appropriate for that reference to applejacks to be removed or whether you think it should be retained in that mitigation measure.
What I'd be saying is that, so what it was before is that if you're going into more than 10% of the TPZ of an applejack, that you do this HDD. Is that what?
I'll read to you what's removed, or it might be possible to bring it up on the screen. So BD04, the sentence that's being removed is in accordance with the Australian Standard 4970/2009. Directional drilling at a depth of 600 millimetres or greater will be undertaken to avoid impacts on roots within tree protection zones of applejack trees. Oh, it's on the screen now, adjacent to Bonner Swamp Road. If you're not in a position to comment, that's fine, but I was interested to know.
I think the first sentence, one not crossed out, gives a bit more flexibility. So with the one that's crossed out, it could possibly be taken to mean that in accordance with AS 4970, people might think, okay, if it's greater than the 10% TPZ encroachment, you've got to undertake the HDD, and that's I don't think we want to have an outcome like that. So if we so trees not requiring direct removal will be protected in appropriately marked tree protection zones in accordance with. So I'd assume that first sentence would be valid if we're going through the process that we talked about of doing the trial, exploratory trenching, GPR, this sort of thing.
Thank you. So not necessary with the
No.
alternative proposed approach.
No, I think it's better to leave it a bit open there.
Thank you. And another question about your addendum report and your position that you maintain that the trenching as proposed will not have a significant impact in the context that the dynamic cone penetration didn't prove the resistance that you were anticipating. Could I just get you to explain that briefly and why you're retaining the position that you are in given the findings of that further work?
Well, I'll explain it as best as I can because, look, I don't know the answer. But the bottom line is when one looks through the literature, when the soil strength is around about 2.5 to 3 megapascal of shearing strength, it severely limits root growth. And yet what we found using this dynamic cone penetrometer, we were talking about kilopascals, anywhere between 100 and 300-400 kilopascal shear strength. So I was thinking, well, what's going on here? Because I know that that's compacted and so forth. So there's some problem there between the literature and the Australian standard methodology. And I did mention a reference which about some research conducted in the UK at the Alice Holt Research Station. And essentially, look, what the Australian standard methodology means you get a 9 kilogram weight and you drop it 10 centimetres and you see how many times you drop it. You have to drop it to move the cone down 10 centimetres. Now, with this research paper that I cited,
Mr. Galbraith, I have read the reports. I understand a little bit the methodology that you're describing.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to know just your reasons for maintaining the view that you had around the trenching as proposed not having significant impacts if the evidence around resistance wasn't there.
Look, there's several reasons. One is that if you look at where the DCP testing was done in the forest soil, well away from the road, once you got down to about 40 centimetres, it was pretty stiff, and it was similar to what it is under the road at beyond 40 centimetres. And then when you look at all these upturned root plates, the big lateral roots are close to the surface. They're above that. They're in the top 40 centimetres, and it's only these droppers which are close to the trunk which will extend deeper into the more compacted soil, and they can go downwards because that's where you tend to get fissures in the soil, and the small roots will take advantage of them. So it's consistent with what you see in the field. It's consistent with my observations. I showed one there regarding Ferrier Road in New Gisborne, but I've done others not that long ago in Castlemaine, where they're putting in a new supermarket, and they've got to widen the road there. And again, under the road shoulder, the roots were very limited where it was compacted, even though we're going pretty close to some big trunks. Again, on a site under tennis courts, you get the same situation where onto car tennis courts, for example, where their top soil's been scraped off and they've roll them and compact them when they make them. You do the exploratory trenches well within the TPZs, and invariably you find very little root growth. So I guess it's on all those factors. And again, the final thing, we probably haven't got much to go into, but the research that I was talking about, this 2008 publication I was referring to, he was comparing two methods, one where you were dropping a 3 kilogram weight instead of a 9 kilogram weight as per the Australian standard approach. And he was comparing it to the cone penetrometer, which is a different implement and which is often used in the research to get these 2.53 megapascal readings. And he's finding that with doing 10 drops for every 10 centimetres, that you're getting up near 2 megapascal of pressure as judged by the cone penetrometer. Now, if you're using the Australian standard approach, they're using a 9 kilogram weight, not a 3 kilogram weight. And yet you're getting these much smaller figures of 20 odd 100 to 300 kilopascal. So, and that's what I don't understand, why you should get these methods so different. But I think that.
Thank you. No, that's
yeah.
clear.
Hopefully
Thank you.
that's
No problem at all. Yeah. I'll just check with the members. Are there any other questions? No, don't think so. So no further questions from the members. Thank you. So I'll hand you back to Ms. Guild. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. There's no re-examination if Mr Galbraith can be excused.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Galbraith.
Thanks so much.
Mr Chessel, can I ask if there's anything else you wanted to cover off today?
Only to say that we'll be looking to circulate any material relevant to the second sitting week well in advance of the commencement of the second sitting week. There's obviously some additional technical notes that have been foreshadowed. We're doing the work on the bird and bat adaptive management plan and some related material. So we'll look to circulate that as quickly as we can. Just on that last point, it seems to us there's something's been lost in translation as to how the different measurements in the literature and the Australian standard have been derived. But we rely more generally on the observations of Mr Galbraith as to why it is the thesis is a sound one to inform the formulation of a mitigation measure on the terms that we've proposed. Thank you, members of the committee, for sitting a little late today. We appreciate that. And beyond the matters I've addressed and the material we've foreshadowed, we'll certainly be ready to continue the case on the second sitting week, which I think is Tuesday week.
That's right. Yes, thank you. I do just have a couple of quick questions for you that you don't need to respond to now, but I'll flag them. So the assessor's handbook reference that's in mitigation measure BD03 refers to the 2018 version 1.1 of the handbook. And I'm just not 100% sure whether the handbook that the proponent has relied on in its native vegetation submissions and provided as an attachment is intended to be the same document. And I'm asking that slightly cautiously, but I just would like some clarification on whether the attachment that was document 194 is the current version of the handbook. And I see that the other version referenced in the mitigation measure is a different document, but a 2018 version of a document.
I think it is a different document. Let us come back to you on that.
Thank you. So I'll get you to have a look at that. The other thing in relation to the mitigation measures, and it relates to mitigation measure. Sorry, just give me a second. So BD07, where the changes introduced prior to commencement of works, the report being prepared to the satisfaction of DECA. This is probably a more general question about references to approval from DECA in the EMF. In noting that when DECA is introduced at different points, it relates to different parts of the organisation, and certainly don't assume that there'll be any changes to structure or naming, but just for clarity, given the different roles, and we've had some exposure to the complexity of that through the submissions that are coming through from DECA as well. So I just ask if the proponent could have a look at the way that the part of DECA is required to be referred to in the EMF, probably broadly across the mitigation measures.
And we might engage with DECA as well to understand how it would like it to be addressed.
Great, thank you. My final question's related to the Part B, paragraph 11, where you've mentioned a few documents that will be provided. Today you've talked about the updated Appendix Z. I note that there's also an updated bird and bat adaptive management plan, and certainly the addendum report from Mr. Hack that we've talked about earlier this week. So I'm just wondering if you had an update on the timing of any of those.
Yes, all those documents are in train. I can't tell you exactly when they will be ready to be circulated. What I can say is that we're aiming for a circulation in the earlier part of next week.
Thank you. That's enough, actually. I'm particularly interested to know that we would get the bird and bat plan before we're hearing the ecology evidence.
Absolutely, before we're hearing the evidence, and I'm mindful of the benefits in circulating it as soon as possible before that date, so that it can be fully considered.
Thank you, lovely. I just wanted to close off on those. So there's a couple of things I need to say before we rise for the day. So just and I will come to questions. I might just run through this and then I'll open up for questions. So reminder to parties to upload documents to the document sharing platform and to email to those on the distribution list, to the written responses that we've discussed over the last couple of days for the proponent to respond in to close off on those, to provide a written response to those information requests would be appreciated. If parties could please advise by Friday the 6th of June their intention to ask questions of experts who are scheduled for our day 3 of the hearing. We'll be sitting on Tuesday the 10th of June. So, but with the public holiday on the 9th of June, we'll ask people to provide that advice by the 6th of June. And a reminder that will be Matthew Gibson and Aaron Organ on native vegetation, and Matthew Gibson and Aaron Organ on terrestrial, arboreal and aquatic fauna. That was all I needed to say. So yes, any questions, Mr. Tobin?
Just wanted to respond to Member Wilkinson's query today about the release of that information that was referred, or the identity of the wind farms. My instructions are that DECA is concerned that even release to any third party, including the IAC, would contravene its confidentiality undertakings. And so, as it stands, the position is that we're not minded to provide it even on that basis to the IAC.
Yeah, thank you for that feedback, Mr. Tobin. Yeah, we understand that.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments before we finish? No. So at this stage, we're actually meeting in Melbourne for our next sitting day. We'll be at Clifton's in Collins Street. The details are in the timetable. Please contact the Planning Panel's Victoria office. Thank you to Georgia for your assistance this week here, and to the audio team for your assistance this week. Thank you very much. And we'll see everybody again in Clifton's in Melbourne on the 10th of June. Thank you.